Green flag is out for Kid Karts. Kid Karts now underway, heading down into turn number 1. Colt Morgan led them all the way down to the stripe as they make their way to start their 5 minutes plus 2 laps. Heat 1 of 2 set to go here this afternoon. As we got one turned around already, it looks like that may be cart number 8 of Bo Laser facing the wrong way. He does a 180 and now back underway. And again, Randy, I'm sure you've seen the evolution of the Kid Karts engines mixed here. We got the 206 and the Comer, both options here within SIRA. We know some races are only Honda, some races are only Comer, some races are only 206. Here in SIRA, they allow anything that's classified as a Kid Kart engine. As they continue on here, lap number 1 about to be in the books.
Well, and the idea, of course, is to get these kids some track time. Most importantly, it's not complete. I guess it is a competition, but the truth of the matter is to get them experience, to get them a good, positive experience, so they move into the sportsman class, so the next level up, that they're prepared, they've got some racecraft, they've got some experience and understanding, and they've got the enthusiasm to continue to race karts. So we want to make sure that we've got another one out here. Can't see the number on that.
I believe that's the 23 of Aaron Merkel coming to a stop there, heading into that right-hander, and oh, look at that. His disappointment right there for a race coming to an end. I don't know if he threw a chain or if he had some incident right there.
He crossed the line second the first lap by, so a tough break for Aaron Merkel. He is out of the race. And a big lead right now for Colt Morgan. Pretty much a whole straightaway right now as he's about 2.5 seconds ahead of Knox Smith, who currently runs second, followed by Miles Hale, Bo Laser, and Sophia Wilfong. That's your top 5 as Aaron Merkel is out of heat number 1. Your leader, Colt Morgan, already a 2.5 second gap over second place.
And how about this for Bo Laser, up 2 positions after looping it on that long right-hander of turn number 3, going a little bit wide there on the turn 4 hairpin on that right-hander. Slowly starting to track down Knox Smith there in the second position. So as they start to get a little bit spaced out, wanted to make an announcement here. SIRA is giving away a chassis. That is correct. You can get yourself a new Burrell AM29 in a raffle. You can buy raffles for $10 a ticket, and that is all available on Alpha Timing. So if you would like to enter your chance to win a new Burrell AM29, you can do that on Alpha Timing on the SIRA link. $10 a ticket to enter your chance to win a new Burrell AM29. And Randy, if you're going to the 2024 or 2025 season, I should say, what better way than on brand new equipment?
That's an awesome thing for them to do, and that's part of what SIRA does is they give back. And who's the 15? That is Miles Hale. And Miles Hale's having some trouble right now. He's fallen by the wayside. But yeah, kudos to SIRA for doing that. It just shows you. The whole point and drive behind this series is to give back to karting, provide a good, safe place for these the grassroots racers to enjoy the sport.
And I'll tell you what, where the 15 of Miles Hill stopped at, as well as the 23 of Aaron Merkel, that must be the parking lot there and maybe a curse spot here on the track, because I've seen all sorts of drivers have issues right there, and it's not even due to instances. It seems to be just mechanicals in general seem to have issues in that area as kids are being told to stay by their carts and wait until we can get our track workers over there after this race is over to clean up the stopped carts out on track. As we continue on here, 4 minutes and 16 seconds in. Again, these are 5 minutes plus 2 laps is the distance for the kid karts all the way through. Every class is going to be doing that for the heat races. So we're approaching shortly till we see the 2 to go. We are now 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, so roughly about maybe a lap and a half here for your leader who's up on that back straightaway, or maybe by the time they get by the start-finish straight, we'll see double sticks in the air.
Colt Morgan having his way, a 12.5 second advantage right now over second place. 2 to go sign coming up. 2 laps to go for your leader, Colt Morgan. Bo Laser runs second. Knox Smith, Sophia Wilfong. Your top 4 on track, Miles Hale and Aaron Merkel, have fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, and the good news for both Miles Hale and Aaron Merkel is that they will have an opportunity to make back what they lost in the second heat race, as well as the pre-final, which is 10 minutes plus 2 laps, and the feature obviously being that 15 plus 2 laps distance. So we continue on here. White flag going to be coming out shortly for Colt Morgan. now leading the pack over through that quick little bus stop when you make your way back onto the oval before coming into that tight little left-right chicane complex, and then you come out of that hairpin back onto the main track and along the back straightaway. So here it is, Top Kart USA chassis coming to see the white flag. Kart 44, Colt Merkel, going to have one more lap to go before he can continue that pole position over into heat race number 2.
Colt Morgan, 43.242, full second quicker on his best lap than Bo Laser. So he's certainly the class of the field right now. Next time he comes by, working his way through lap traffic now. Needs to be patient as he's up on Sophia Wilfong. But he's showing some discipline here. So they work their way on the backstretch and now back to the inner part of this circuit. Final lap, he'll see the checker next time by. We got a spin, and that's the 8 of Bo Laser. But he gathers it back up and doesn't lose position. And coming by for the checkered flag, your winner of heat number 1, Colt Morgan.
So yeah, Colt Morgan's going to take the checkered flag across the stripe. Bo Laser should be the next one coming to us. Bo, like you said, had that spin there over in turn 2, making his way onto the final corner to come across the stripe. Now Bo Laser is going to hold on to that second place. And again, how about that after spinning on the first lap and on the last lap as well, continues to hold on to P2. Knox Smith comes across in the third position. Sophia Wilfong will be the last one to make their way across the stripe. So that's going to wrap it up here for our kid karts. We got 2 karts laying in the middle of the track and a little bit of a track repair we have to do as far as restraining the barriers. When we come back from commercial break, it's the biggest class, 206 Masters and Legends, set to take the green flag here shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
And here we go. This is your 206 Masters and Legends about to take the green. Green flag is out, and Jared Spincell is going to lead him down into turn number 1. Troy Toney on the outside row. And, Randy, this is the first time we've seen them side-by-side at turn 1. Outside line seems to be non-existent. Everyone diving to the inside as they make their way over to turn 3 now.
You don't want to be on the outside. That's what we learned on this start, at least, because the inside line really moved well. Outside line, we were losing some spots. So Jared Spancel, about a 2-kart length advantage right now from that inside line. And this thing gets sorted out. We've got one driver off losing power, but everybody's headed in the right direction, so it was a good start for everybody. And now they're keeping that low line down the front stretch. As he battle for second and third, it looks like Gary McCrone gets under, Palmer Eicher gets under Gary McCrone for second spot.
Yeah, and we were talking about that. We're wondering how the outside line was going to work as we got 2 stopped over in the entry of the middle parts of the hairpin. As there goes, I believe that's Schaefer there, and that is Michael Schaefer went over the curbing and got around both of it. And it looked like front runner there, or kind of front runner, Matt Geist up 4 positions after having that trouble in qualifying, came to a stop and got tangled up with one of the CW Burrell R carts as they're now a little bit off pace now, making their way through. And then Schaefer saw an opportunity and was able to capitalize off of it.
So what I think we're learning already in this race is that the fastest way around this track isn't necessarily the most protective way, because the leader, even though it's not necessarily the fastest way, comes off of that Speedrome turn 4 and keeps a tight line down the front stretch, which isn't necessarily the quickest way, but it leaves the door closed on an inside pass heading into Speedrome 1 and 2.
Absolutely, and while we were talking about that, Matt Geist pulled off the track. Talk about heartbreak after heartbreak. Lost bumper in qualifying. His rear bumper was dragging all the way in. He pulled it off track. Smart on him, though, for not waiting for that meatball flag to come out. He knew he had a problem and decided to pull on in. But right now, Jared Spincell out in front and starting to open up a little bit of a lead of Palmer Eicher in that second position. But Palmer turned the fastest lap last time, 36.167, about 1/10 faster than Jared Spincell. And I'll tell you what, 5 minutes, like we said, seems like a long time to the drivers, and all reality from us up in the booth is going to blip by plus the 2 laps.
Let's see what the gap is. Last time it was 0.6 of a second. We'll see if that gap is closed any. Nope, maintains still 0.6 of a second between Jared Spancel in first, Palmer Eicher in second, and right on the rear bumper of Eicher is Kyle Landon running in third through the top 5. It's Gary McCone and Derek Hastings. It's your top 5 running order as we're 4 laps into this one. 4 laps in, it'll be a 5-minute race plus 2 laps. Heat number 1 of the 206 Masters and Legends, and they're getting spread out a little bit, but still everything working well. And slipping inside, we got some movement in the back portion of the track. That would be 5th. So 6th and 7th, that was Alex Cooper slipping inside of Danny Cupshaw to take over that 6th spot. And we got side-by-side coming down the front stretch for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, so Kart 40 there, Jerry McCone and Danny Cutshaw on that 010, that all-gold chassis is, they get together. Danny Cutshaw got on the inside of McCone, and McCone's not too happy about that one. They're both going to lose about 3 or 4 positions, and I think Cutshaw's got problems, and he does. I think steering shaft may have broke, or maybe a problem there with the control arm as he has now come to a stop in the barriers. And he was running up there in that he was inside the top 10, the 8th position after falling back 2 positions, and now he's just going to continue to fall down the order. Meanwhile, let's see if we can't take a peek up at the leaders. Jared Spincell now on point, but here comes Palmer Eicher about 2 kart lengths back. All in the while, in that 3rd position, Kyle Landon has kind of just been sitting and waiting there, slowly starts to creep his way up. He's now within about 2 kart lengths every second placement of Palmer Eicher, and here at about 2 laps, we could see a 3-kart battle for the lead.
And 2 laps ago, that gap was 0.6 of a second. There's no gap now. It's about a half a kart length, less than 1/10 of a second, separating first, second, and not that far back. Kyle Landon in third. We got a battle for the lead headed down the front straight here at the Speedrome.
And 2 laps to go. Pressure's now on. Traffic is cleared from that second corner, so now they all barrel their way into turn number 1. Coming out, it looks like Spincell may have had just a little bit of a better run out of that hairpin complex. Eicher right there in the toe, whatever toe he can get from it, on the short chutes before he goes on this main straightaway. And I'm telling you what, he's going to have to be perfect. Palmer Eicher, that is, in that second position, coming up when he sees that white flag to actually, I should say right here, out of this last hairpin, he needs to be perfect to close up on that front straightaway to make a move here soon.
He's in a good spot right now, and I think he has something to say about this. Down the front stretch, he's trying to peek to the inside. It's not there, but he's going to have a chance in this final lap under braking to make his move. Good leap into turn 3 by Spancel. He got some about 2 kart lengths, and right there in third, Kyle Landon on the rear bumper of Palmer Eicher.
Yeah, Palmer Eicher in that track kart that's actually built just about 20 minutes up the road in Noblesville, Indiana, is trying to see if he can't put it up on point to make it an all-Indiana closeout here over into the transition back onto the inner parts of the track. Through the final 2 corners they go. It's not going to be enough for Palmer Eicher, but let's see Kyle Landon. He's in the tow. Can he swing it out to take that second position away at the line? Looks like no. It's going to be Spencel taking the win. Eicher in second and Landon in third.
Great race out there through the top 5. It's Derek Hastings in 4th, Gary McCone in 5th, and on into the top 10, Alex Cooper, Mike Balker, Travis Wilbur, Tom Stevens, and Chad King round out your top 10 in the 206 Masters and Legends Heat number 1.
So like I said, that is going to do it here for this class as we are going to come back after this commercial break. KA juniors and seniors set to take the green here shortly. So we're going to go on a commercial break, and don't go anywhere as we have more racing coming your way here live on Kart Chaser Grassroots.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team.
As we set to get go here for your KA Junior and Senior. They did their one warm-up lap, and they're getting set to take the green here shortly. Out of the final corner and towards the start finish straight. This is the first heat race. 5 minutes plus 2 laps. Set to go green now underway. Mason Gallian's going to lead him down into turn 1. And it looks like Piercy in that second position is going to lose 1, almost 2 spots. As looks like Brendan McIntosh thought he was going to try to make up a couple positions. Actually ends up losing 1 there. Tyler Ains able to hold on to that 4th position now. As now it's the top 2 breakaway out in front. Mason Gallian and Macy Gallian. 1 and 2 Top Kart USA entries making their way now into that final hairpin before coming back on the main circuit. Mason Gallian leads them all the way up to the barriers, down towards the start-finish straight, and will lead lap number 1. Daniel Piercy now net -1 position in P3. Right behind him is Tyler Ains. Brennan McIntosh still in that 5th spot. Out of that turn number 3 complex they go over into the hairpin of turn 4 for the second time as the tires now getting their way up to temperature. McIntosh losing a little bit of time there in the inner parts of the track, losing sight of that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position as they transition back onto the inner parts of the track, back onto the oval now. Down that long front straightaway they go from the sweeper. One more lap in as we are 1 minute and 43 of 5 minutes plus 2 laps in. Mason Gallian went purple, 33.226 for your leader. So Mason continues to pull away over Macy Gallian with a 33.547. Daniel Piercy in P3 is turning faster times in the second place. However, Tyler Ains in P4 has got his sights set on the back bumper of Daniel Piercy, making the way into the inner parts of the track, coming up onto the oval section now yet again. Put one more lap in the books. Time continues to tick down. 2 minutes and 15 seconds out of 5 minutes plus 2 laps are completed so far. Piercy still holding off of Tyler Ains for that 3rd and 4th position. Daniel Piercy, cart number 62 on that Jim Howe Motorsports entry there on the white cart, red suit, white helmet. Just behind him, Tyler Ains, the privateer, on a CRG with the orange and red helmet. Black suit now all over the back bumper. Piercy struggling getting through that chicane. It kind of bogs him down, and he's got to make up for it in that final hairpin. Gets a good run on this front straightaway, but Ains takes the lower line, trying to see if he can't set up a crossover move. He's in the toe. He's tried it time and time again, but he seems just to be a little bit faster getting through all the slower parts of the section. So my guess would be, Randy, is that he's got probably a higher gear, able to pull him out of the hairpins, but Piercy's just able to take off on the front straightaway we have going down into turn number 2.
The overall lap times are pretty equal, but that gap of 0.7 of a second just isn't getting any smaller as Mason and Gallian stretches out maybe a little bit further this time. Looks like that gap could have grown a little bit. We'll see. Yep, 0.9 of a second. So 0.2 of a second quicker on that lap as the field stretches out a little bit. Your top 5 running order: Mason Gallian, Macy Gallian, Daniel Piercy, Taylor Ains, and Brendan McIntosh. That is your 5-cart running order. In fact, McIntosh is off track, it looks like. So you've got 4 carts left on track, the 2 Gallians, Daniel Piercy, and Taylor Ains. But they're all chasing the 64 of Mason Gallian. 5 laps in the books as we work our way through this 5-minute plus 2-lap heat race. First round of heat races. The EV carts will be out next. But we've got the K Junior and Senior on track.
And right now it looks like Tyler Ains in that 4th position is trying to size up Daniel Piercy again. Finally got a good run out of turn number 2, was able to get that cart settled and pointed straight faster on the back bumper Piercy. But Piercy just needs Ains to make one mistake in one of these smaller corners, and then he's going to open that gap back up. But I'm watching here, Randy, when Piercy comes back on the track, he seems to sweep a little bit higher. Well, this time, of course, he doesn't do it, but he seemed to go a little bit wider coming out of the corner and diamond it off of that final turn onto that main straightaway, and it opens up a little bit more of a gap on the front end. But then with Ains just being able to stay right behind him, it kind of closes it back up in the back end. But right now, Piercy opening up that gap again.
If you can gap him on the straight, it really takes the whole inner part of the circuit to catch back up. So that's, I think, where it's really helping Piercy, is he can gap him on the straight, and then by the time Ains gets caught back up, they're on the straight again. And right now the gap is pretty well staying the same. Next time by will probably be the 2 to go sign as we got 5 minutes in as they cross. Mason Gallian, your leader.
Yeah, they're all spreading back out again. We've kind of seen that accordion effect between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, where they'll bunch all back up and be nice close nose to tail and then spread themselves back out. And right now they're kind of spread out. coming up on 2 laps to go. If you're Tyler Ains, you got to pull something out of the top hat, not only closing up the gap, but also getting around. The famous saying goes, it's one thing to close, it's another thing to pass. And somewhere like here, there's passing opportunities, but it's going to be very difficult, especially in these higher horsepower classes. So as we're watching 2 laps to go now into turn number 1, Mason Gallion still leading the way.
And one thing we observed in that 206 race, and you called it in our conversation, the leader in the 206s, and they all followed suit, when they would come off of Speedrome turn 4, they would keep that tight line right along the cones all the way down the inside of the front straight into Speedrome turn 1 and 2. But the higher speed karts like these KAs, when they come off the corner, to keep that momentum up, they drift out. They can't go back down low because it'll bog them down. They want to keep up and go faster. So they're not too protective right now, but again, there's a gap in each position, so it's not too necessary to play defense right now. We'll see as the day goes on how that shakes out.
Yeah, Daniel Piercy, I think he might be losing a little bit of grip there. He was sawing at the wheel, heading over into turn 2, maybe just carried too much speed, but he's closing up on Macy Gallion in that second position as they make their way now through turns, I guess I'd call it 5 and 6 of that dogleg before 7 and 8 complex of the bus stop chicane. Now her brother, I believe, Mason Gallion, makes his way out of the final corner down towards the start-finish straight, and he'll take the checkered flag. Mason Gallion will win the first heat here this afternoon. Mason Gallion comes across P2, Daniel Piercy P3, Tyler Ains in 4th, and Brendan McIntosh, like I said, pulled off 6 laps down, finishing in P5. So that'll do it for the KA juniors and seniors. Up next, we go electric. The EV set to make their way out on track for their first heat race here with SIRA and ever in history. So stay tuned. You don't want to be missing that. It's the builders class, I guess you can call it. EV set to take the green here after this commercial break.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
As we're set to take the green for the first ever EV race here at SIRA at the Speedrome Showdown. As we got our eyes set on the starter, we can barely hear more of the sound of these engines. Green flag is out. Derek Hastings pulls away an electric start down into turn number 1 as he's going to now power his way through the inner parts of the track. And I think I might be all punned out after that one.
I think you've used up every pun you could in that one, one statement.
Yeah, they're going to need to be retired from the puns for the day as they charge their way now over into turn number 3. Derek Hastings continues to hold off. Drew Schutz there in P2. Bryson Doff there in P3 with Noah Swank P4. And then Jones Gordon, I think, may have had an issue there for the 64 or 54, I believe, 44. So Noah Swank had a little bit of issue there coming onto the oval parts of the track, now making their way across the start-finish straight. And I think you were talking about earlier today is, we got a attempt for a pass there from the 56 of Bryson Doff onto Derek Hastings. It looks like he's going to settle in. But, Randy, as you were talking about, the amount of acceleration these karts have in general with them being electric is, there went around. The 56, Bryson Doff, sent it for a quick spin cycle. But there you can see it. The front wheels almost pick up when they go from a standstill all the way out.
Yeah, the acceleration on these things is instant. It's like 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds. Then it kind of plateaus. But when they dropped the green flag, they literally just took off. And now with the spin, Derek Hastings enjoys about a 1.6 second lead over Drew Zuck. Bryson Duff, who spun, is back to third. Although he should be a little bit quicker, he's going to work his way back up to the front.
Yeah, and the reason we call this kind of the mechanics class or the engineers class is there's not really regulations on what engines and motors you can use. Obviously, there is as far as compatibility, but you kind of make your own as far as what battery you want to use, what motor you want to use. I know some guys like to pull them out of old forklifts as they use that electric motor, and it works fine. Like, they're very quick engines. Some people, I think, have even joked about, hopefully no one's done it yet, but pulling one out of a Tesla and putting on one of these things and seeing what it can do. But it's kind of make your own as far as karts and design goes.
They're getting around there pretty good, but a little bit of diversity, one might say, out there with these guys. Spread out pretty well right now. 3 laps in the books. There'll be 4 coming by, and Derek Hastings leads the way. His best lap at 34.571.
Yeah, and Drew Zuck there in that second position, I believe, is the only water-cooled engine on the field so far, and I believe that water cooling is actually used for the electric motor, not just for the batteries to keep them cool and charged. But I don't know exactly. I'm not an electrical engineer, so I'm not going to act like I am, but I'm pretty sure that's used to cool down the motor, which keeps them running longer at a higher pace, which I believe the word amp might be used as well, and maybe watt, but I'm not quite certain.
What?
Exactly. But it's cool just to look out and see the different variety they have, and it's almost like looking back in the 1960s and 50s of karting in general, where it's kind of run what you brung class, and everyone had different types of engines and different types of flavors, I guess you could say, as far as what they'd like to use, but that's kind of what we're seeing right now. So Derek Hastings continues to lead as we're looking at about 3 minutes and 50 seconds plus 2 laps, a minute and 30 seconds plus 2 laps still to go. And Derek Hastings still continues on. And look at the lap times, and not looking like a whole lot of fall off here. So not entirely certain how long the battery life lasts on these karts right now. But Derek Hastings with the 34.4 is the best. Last time by was a 35.210.
Yeah, Derek all by himself out there. 3-second advantage over Drew Zuck. And really not a whole lot of difference in speed, but he's just run a clean race right now. Zuck had some problems, and Hastings, no mistakes, and it shows. About a half a straightaway on the field. It'll be 7 laps this time by as they work towards that 5-minute mark.
As always funny as Derek Hastings was look at the flagman holding up 2 fingers saying, can we get it now? Because he's so far ahead as we have another issue. Kart 43 came to a stop there for a moment, but now continues under their own power. So now that's going to be a little bit of lap traffic for Hastings to navigate through. Drew Zuck, like you said, about 3.5 seconds behind. So unless this lapper holds up Hastings for the next 2 laps, I don't think it's going to be a huge factor. But you never know. Anything is possible here as now Hastings gets to the outside line. And gets pitched up to the barrier as that bobbles him down a little bit. And he's still stuck behind, going across the start-finish straight. And it looks like 43 might be having some mechanical issues. Kart 69 there of Drew Zuck slowing into turn 1. He's going to lose almost position to Bryson Duff. Duff tries to locks up the back end and is now going to be stuck on the barriers and does 180. Like we're talking about all that torque that these electric motors have, able to get them spinned around.
You tell he's getting a little amped up there.
So Derek Hastings.
I'm sorry. That's so wrong.
So Hastings now continues there. Second position, Drew Zuck. Loses that to Bryson Duff there. Bryson Duff spawns Drew Zuck in the second position. 2 laps to go now for Hastings out in front. Drew Zuck able to get around the lapper. And I'll tell you what, Zuck seems to be having a lot of bottom end speed, but not a whole lot of top end. He closes up the middle parts of the track, but he can't hold it down the long straightaways.
Well, he's trying to put on a charge, but he really is going to run out of time.
As he makes his way now over to the inner hairpin, as Hastings looking to see the white flag this time by. One more lapper out in front. I believe that is the 44 of Noah Swank, who is making their way onto the lower parts of the track now, probably about a half a second back as Hastings. And Randy, I might be seeing things from the shadow, but it looks like Hastings dragging a bumper.
He is dragging a bumper.
So looking for one lap to go.
You know what? He could be charged with a penalty on that.
Oh, I think he could, as he now makes his way through. And Hastings, I believe the rule is once you're presented the meatball flag, you have within 2 laps to come in, or maybe a lap. So he might be counted as the win here, but definitely a little bit of luck on his side there, as that didn't happen 3 laps earlier.
Yeah, hopefully he'll he's driven a great race and really has earned it, so hopefully that's not going to be too much of a penalty for him, if any. Checker flag comes out, and our winner, Derek Hastings, in the number 3. Drew Zuck finishing in second, Bryson Duff, Noah Swink, your top 4.
And it looks like Noah Swank actually coming to a stop in the final corner. Not sure if he ran out of power. Or I know sometimes you have to do a complete reset of the motor where it gets too hot, and actually will go into like a shutdown mode. We have to then go through and cycle the power before you can be able to kick it back on. So I think we saw that a couple of times. And sometimes when you hit a bump and the wires shake, you have to do the same thing because the motor tries to shut itself down because it thinks it's having some sort of electric problem to save itself. But that might be a factor later on here. But that will do it for the EVs at here for the Speedrome Smackdown. Up next, 206A, one of the bigger 206 classes, set to take the green. Randy, got any more puns for us this afternoon?
When my TV isn't working right, I unplug everything and plug it back in, and I think that's what they're doing.
I think you should be an electrical engineer.
Yeah, well, no. I'm from Ohio. I don't even think they have them in Ohio. Except for Sarah Fisher's dad, Dave Fisher, he could be an electrical engineer. Or Sarah O'Gara, I'm sorry. Her dad is one of the smartest guys I've ever met.
So that will do it here for the EVs. More puns coming to you guys with that one as well. As we continue on, 206A, they are lined up on grid, set to go green. I believe Derek Hastings is pulling double duty, so he might have to jump out of one cart and hop in another. So we're going to give it just a moment here. We're going to go silent on set, and when we come back, it'll be green, 206A set to go out.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
206A set to take the green here shortly as they get themselves out of the final corner and packed back up as we have our eyes on our flagman, Justin Laudick, set to wave the green here this afternoon as they get down to a walking pace. Carson Sauter and Matt Geist leading him down. I'm going to call back earlier to the 206 Masters. They all got to inside line as fast as possible, and it looks like now a little bit of jump to the outside line. Palmer Eicher Jr. trying to see if he couldn't roll it 3 wide there for a moment, decide better of it, and they're still side by side over into turn number 2.
I'm impressed. We are 3 wide coming through there so far. Everybody's still headed in the right direction, but a lot of slicing and dicing back in the field. But Carson Sauter has kept that lead, although there's a good battle out there. 52 at Jared Spansel runs in second. He moved up from that inside line in the second row to take over the second spot, and he's right on the rear bumper for the lead.
Yeah, it's actually Matt Geist up there in the 531. Spansel's in the third position as here goes Palmer Eicher Sr. on the inside of cart number 93. Alex Cooper makes up one more spot, and unlike what we saw in the Masters and Legends class, they're not quite holding that bottom line. They're kind of popping up just a little bit, about a half a cart length wider heading into turn number 2. Carson Sauter now on point, as you said before, and right now we got a 3, almost 4-cart battle for the lead. Sauter, Geist, Spansel, and Eicher nose to tail. Not too far back from him, you have Cooper, followed by Eicher Jr. and Robinson. So the top, call that 7, pretty close and bunched up here, but every time they come on this main stretch, they spread out that much farther. Down towards the start-finish straight, it's still Carson Sauter on that Factory Fury GP Kart USA and P1, and they're actually kind of taking a little bit of a higher line there, Randy, we were talking about. They're not holding that bottom line all the way through.
A little bit of mix and match there and through the field. Some are high, some are low. I think a lot depends upon the position you're in. If you're trying to close in on somebody and you got a little bit of protection behind you, a little bit of a gap, they're taking a higher line. But if you got somebody chasing you down on your rear bumper, they're keeping that low, tight line because they don't want somebody dipping inside of them. And what a battle we have right now for the lead with Sauter and Geist and Spansel, 1, 2, and 3, and 4-spot Palmer Eicher right there as well. So a good battle as Sauter gets a little wide coming down the front straight, and Geist takes a peek, but then backs out of there. But he is right there. Could see him move under braking as we go through this lap inside the course.
Yeah, and it looks like he might think about it here. Matt Geist, that is. You saw him peek down and then pop back into line right before he got under braking. So he's going to stay on the back bumper of Carson Sauter. And I'll tell you what, Sauter's coming from running 2-cycle almost his entire career. He's still getting used to the 4-cycle. He's up in front, but I think he's about to get a first-class education about how to race a 4-cycle here. As you can see it now, he's still running a little bit of a higher line, starting to bring it back down. But Matt Geist knows he's got a little bit of a gap. And he's going to take a peek here into turn 1. Not so much.
I think you might take a peek inside when we get through turns 4, 5, 6, and 7. Don't be surprised if he looks that way, or he could be just biding his time and waiting that last lap because they're close enough. If he does work his way around Carson Sauter, I think Sauter's going to be right there to make the move back. Although he slips inside, makes the pass. Matt Geist gets around Sauter to take the lead.
Yeah, now Sauter goes straight to the back bumper. That is typical 4-cycle racing you see. Someone gets around you, keep your head down, and get right back in the draft. Although they're not working together, we might see that here, and yes, we do. Sauter giving a little bit of a push there to Matt Geist. So that's a high-level education there that you're getting from 4-cycle racing where you know if we can push together, separate from the pack, because right now, Palmer Eicher Sr. and Jared Spansel, they're going to still nose to tail, starting to push together just a little bit. So if the top 2 aren't careful, they could see 2 more pop up in the rearview mirror.
If they stay in line, I think they'll be okay. But if they start racing each other, that second group of Spansel and Eicher will be right there.
Absolutely, and right now Carson Sauter all over the rear deck lid of Matt Geist coming out of that final corner on towards the start straight. And look at that line change for Carson Sauter. He used to be taking a wider line through there. Now he's glued to the back bumper of Geist, and probably it's starting to pick up on a thing or two like, oh, we don't need to sweep all the way out to the barrier to carry momentum because I can keep the thing pointed pretty low. Now over into turn 3, no move here for Carson Sauter. He stays in that second position. As we continue now, coming on to the oval parts of the track, it is still Matt Geist out in front, Carson Sauter in P2, and it looks like now Matt Geist might be pulling away just a little bit over Carson Sauter heading into turn number 2.
Carson Sauter trying to reel him back in, and a good battle out there for 3rd and 4th. On into 5th is still Alex Cooper running 5th. Through the top 10, Palmer Eicher, Kyle Landon, Clay Robbins, Stephen Taylor, and Derek Hastings. That's your top 10 running order. Good battles all over the racetrack right now. This class is not disappointing in any way. In fact, that battle for the lead heats up again as Carson Sauter right on the rear bumper of Matt Geis as they come by the front stretch one more time.
Yeah, and this time by, they came across at 7 seconds. So next time by, look for 2 laps to go. And Matt Geis already getting defensive. We saw it on the bus stop chicane. He was holding that inside line all the way through, and he knows something's coming from Carson. Now, you can kind of guesstimate on your Micron how long 5 minutes is going to be. It's not going to be a perfect, but you can take a quick guess, and all these drivers kind of know when it's getting close to time. So when he sees the double sticks in the air, he might be white lining it, trying to hold off that inside line in every corner from Carson Sauter in the second spot.
I want to tell you something. You can white line the front stretch. I guarantee you there's no white line in this entire course. There's too many tight corners. There's going to be an opportunity for Carson Sauter to make a pass under braking in these next 2 laps as we take him inside turn 3 and now turn 4 for the sweeper. It's going to get pretty interesting right now as we take that sharp right-hander.
So now we go through that right-hander. Matt Geist getting a little bit of a push now from Carson Sauter. He's following him really close, almost like a shadow. Everywhere he goes, he follows. As here goes on the inside, Carson Sauter still side by side. Geist not giving it up. Through the right-hander, crossover move. Sauter on the outside. He's got the point for now, but Geist had the position. They're still side by side. Sauter now back in the draft to see the white flag.
1 lap to go for Matt Geist. Can he hang on? Carson Sauter looking to the inside. Down into Speedrome, turn 2, side by side. Oh, and he got him. Carson Sauter back up in front. Can Matt Geist reel him back in, or is it too late? Halfway through this final lap, and Matt Geist with a half a kart length time running out for Carson Sauter.
Now look at this third position right here. Jared Spansel not too far back. So if Geist tries to make a move here and pinch him down low, we could see a possibility for 3 wide. Geist up onto the curb, loses momentum. He might lose one more spot. Here comes Spansel around the outside. Doesn't quite get there. So Matt Geist holding on to that second position. And how about that? Carson Sauter taking the win here this afternoon. For the first heat race, I should say, Matt Geist actually did hold on to the second position. Jared Spansel in P3. Palmer comes across the 4th position. Kyle Landon able to get there in the top 5.
Kudos go out to the SIRA crew for setting this circuit up the way they did, because there is so many passing points on this course, and we couldn't have seen a better example of that than this heat race in the 206A class. Back and forth, inside, outside, crossover. Fantastic race. Congratulations to Carson Sauter as he hung on, but Matt Geist gave it everything he had.
Yeah, and he almost developed a new line there coming on that final quarter, didn't he? He went up and over that curb, and these curbs are made of rubber, and once the cart gets up on them, if it bottoms out like you were talking about, it kind of holds it on. So he wasn't quite able to roll it over. Carson Sauter defended that line, and, man, Matt Geist and Carson Sauter, that was an absolute barn burner of a race. And let's talk about 3rd and 4th, Jared Spansel and Palmer Eichert. They stayed relatively nose to tail. They were off our radar, and by the time they're about a half a lap to go, they're right there in the field of view.
Had the top 2 started racing like that a few laps before, it would have been a 4-kart battle, because they actually had caught them when they crossed the stripe at the checkered. It was nose to tail, the front 4. So they were definitely closing in. They were not that far off the pace, but a good battle, and that just tells you what it's going to be like the rest of the weekend. And I think a lot of these classes, you're going to see that on this circuit the way they have it set up.
Absolutely, and making their way on track now, 206 Sportsman, set to take their 5 minutes plus 2 laps, and a couple more karts than what we saw earlier today. But the top 2 all the way through has been Dominic Gaddis and O'Gara there in the second position, Danny O'Gara, that is. They've kind of ran away from the field in qualifying. It almost was like a mini heat race there as those 2 were pushing each other nose to tail. They race with each other every weekend at Whiteland Raceway Park, along with the Regional National Series of Route 66, Stars Championship Series, and SCUSA as well. And they're going to go one time by before they get lined up.
Courtney Robbins going through Speedrome 2 and catches that curb. You talk, Caleb, about you hit that curb, it can snag you, and it did. That left front got caught in the curb and spun him around. So trying to get him back off the curb and back under power, but it could delay the start. Although I'm guessing the clock will be ticking. Does the clock? No, the clock does not tick. Okay.
No, we are not starting the clock until they cross the stripe. And I think if they give them a courtesy lap like they are here, then they're actually going to delay the start of the time. Typically, they start the clock early. Once they cross it, if it's a called-off attempt and they have to go one more time around, that's when they would start the clock and start dwindling the time. But now they're going to send them one more time by. As you saw, Danny O'Gara taking a peek back to see what was going on behind him. So we're going to try to send them one more time around and get bunched back up. And this is your 206 Sportsman. After this, your 206 Junior set to make their way on track. That is the third largest class, if I'm not mistaken. Then we go 206B, your Micro and Minis. And then the highlight event, Pro and Sportsman Shifter, the second largest class we have here this afternoon. And Randy, I'm thinking typically when it comes to shifter, it's a lot like Formula One, where they're spread out, and if you see someone a half a second behind, you're like, oh, that could be something a couple laps. Because of how small this track is, how low grip it is, and how green it is, I think we could see a slugfest in the shifters.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. And this is, as we said in the practice sessions, these guys are going to be awful busy out there with a bunch of shifts each lap.
And here we go. Let's see if we can't find the green flag here for 206 Sportsmen as they make their way down. That first set of cones you see with the white stripe, that is the acceleration cone as they just hit it now. Green flag is out. Dominic Gaddis got on point. Here comes Courtney Robbins up on the inside of Danny O'Gara. Takes the point. O'Gara trying to go topside. Tommy can't quite get it done. He's going to have to settle in for that third position.
So O'Gara gets shuffled back to third. And Dominic Gaddis with an early lead of about 2 kart lengths over that third spot, Courtney Robbins. Already a nice little lead out there for Gaddis.
So yeah, Dominic Gaddis now opening up about 2 kart length advantage. Danny O'Gara, the second closest kart to him in qualifying times, but Courtney Robbins doing a good job. Still within the field of view of Dominic Gaddis out in front. She ran roughly around, actually about a second slower that last time by. As O'Gara trying to see if he can't do a crossover move here. It looks like Courtney may have locked it up just a little bit on the inside line. Loses a spot to Danny O'Gara. So now Danny O'Gara in that second spot is going to have to keep his head down and just bide his time and continue to try to chip away at the gap between himself and Dominic Gaddis here.
Good discipline there by Danny O'Gara. He was, he lost that second spot on the start as they snuck inside of him there, and he fell back to third. But as they crossed the line and headed into Speedrome 1 and 2, he took the high side to make the pass, backed out of it at the last minute, set the corner up, and then slipped inside and made the crossover move. Took over second. Right now the gap is 1 second between first and second, but it looks like O'Gara could be closing in a little bit on Gaddis, and we'll see if O'Gara can, in fact, close that gap and make a race of it before this is over.
Yeah, so 2 different chassis and 2 different drivers all trying to go for the win here. Dominic Gaddis on that MPG Kart Republic. Second place, the privateer of Danny O'Gara on the Top Kart USA chassis entry. Finds themselves with roughly 3 minutes to go now, plus 2 laps to try to run the gap down. Last time by, O'Gara about 1/10 faster, which he's got the time. All you need is about 4 or 5 laps where he consistently about a 1/10 to a 1/10 and a half faster. And once you get in that towing range, he could find himself in a pretty good position here to try to make a move for the lead coming up on about 2 laps to go.
And I think just by the naked eye you can see that gap is getting smaller. But one thing about chasing somebody down, Caleb, and you know this, if you're the chaser, you can't make any mistakes. Every lap is so precious. And clearly Danny O'Gara is hitting his marks right now. And they come by. It was 0.8 of a second the last lap. It's going to be about half of that now. And we're down to 0.4 of a second separation as Danny O'Gara, after some bad luck early in the race, has reeled them back in and will make a move for the lead, I think, in the next couple of laps.
I was talking to Danny and his father Andy yesterday when I was making my way around and trying to set everything up, and I asked him, I said, how do you like temporary tracks? He goes, man, I love barriers. Barriers are fun. I looked over at his dad, Andy, and he had wide eyes. He's like, I don't know what I just signed up for, but I think they're both using this as practice for Supernats coming up here next year. And, we were talking earlier about street racing, Randy. I know a bunch of guys used to go to Rock Island Grand Prix to try to get themselves set up for the SCUSA Supernats. It's a barrier track. As of right now, Rock Island's still around, but there's really no parking lot races that can get you set up for that one.
No, and this is I think it's a good, a really good practice run, so to speak, to simulate what they'll be up against and what the challenges will be at the Supernats. And now that 2-kart battle has really heated up as we got about a 1 kart length gap between first and second. Dominic Gaddis is hearing the footsteps, and will he take that low line down the front stretch, or is he going to stay wide? Nope, he runs it wide, but he keeps the momentum up into Speedrome 1. It's about a kart length and a half for Dominic Gaddis over Danny O'Gara.
As they make their way now over into turns 3, heading over to 4, the hairpin now. O'Gara not close enough to jump on the brakes late and make a move here, but just like that in one corner, he's now up to the back bumper through that left-hander of turn 3, going over towards the bus stop chicane on the oval parts of the track before they make their way back inside the inside parts of the track. And now to the oval again. O'Gara on the back bumper of Gaddis. He's got the toe. Time now about 44 seconds across the line, plus 2 laps. So still a decent amount of time here if you're Danny O'Gara in that second spot.
And Danny O'Gara really strong in the tight part of this course. Dominic Gaddis, when they get to the front straight, really checks out. Got some good top-end speed, but O'Gara really good in the low-end portion of the course. And right now on the rear bumper, he's going to have to get close enough to try to make a move inside under braking. Can't quite do it here, but he's right there to pounce as they come off that last corner and head back up onto the oval, Speedrome 3 and 4, and down the front stretch, 2 kart length advantage for Dominic Gaddis.
And it looks like O'Gara may have bobbled there in that second to final corner, that tight right-hander. Lose a little bit of time there to Gaddis. Next time by, look for 2 laps to go. They came across the stripe with about 12 seconds left. So they are going down to the wire. I can see Justin Laddick there taking a peek at a stopwatch, and he's not giving anything up. They're going to get the full 5 minutes plus 2 laps, as now Gaddis has got a rear deck lid full of O'Gara as they make their way through the bus stop. And now Gaddis swung a little wide there, got a little loose. Now O'Gara back on the back bumper.
O'Gara with a nice swing there, and this is the closest he's been down the front stretch. Gaddis protects low. Here comes O'Gara into Speedrome 1. O'Gara looking high, wants to get a good line. This is the closest he's been to the inside, and O'Gara makes the pass. Danny O'Gara to the lead.
And now here comes Gaddis. He's trying to see if he can't get him back over here into turn 4. Not quite going to do it. Gives him a little bit of a boot, but nothing too much to get him out of place, as they still are going to stay nose to tail. Gaddis losing time. They're coming up on the white flag. O'Gara now trying to see if he can't build up as much real estate as he can and try to pull from it if he makes a mistake or two. But right now, Gaddis is going to keep him true.
Dominic Gaddis has got to reel him back in on the front stretch to have a chance. This is it for Dominic Gaddis. Can Danny O'Gara hang on? Will Dominic Gaddis be able to make the move? Final lap.
Oh!
Little bumping and grinding going into Speedrome 2, and Dominic Gaddis makes the pass around O'Gara.
I think Gaddis sent that one late and didn't anticipate being that late on the brakes. Tell you what, O'Gara probably took a mental note of that and said, all right, you can move me, but just know whatever you do to me, I'm going to do right back to you. Down they go into the bus stop chicane, over to the final 2 corners, and O'Gara now on the back bumper through that final corner now, coming towards the main stretch. I don't think he's going to get there in time. Checkered flag is out. Dominic Gaddis is going to take the win.
Danny O'Gara finishing in second. It was a close one between those two. Dominic Gaddis, your winner. Danny O'Gara finishing in second. Finishing in third is going to be Courtney Robbins. And in fourth, Patrick McNeely.
And how about that? Danny O'Gara just pulled over and gave a fist bump there to Dominic Gaddis. That could have been a situation. It was racing. Gaddis got late on the brakes, gave him a little bit of a bump there. Did move him out of the way, but O'Gara recognized that it was hard racing, gave him a fist bump. True sportsmanship right there from those 2 young men.
Yeah, no doubt. And hats off to O'Gara for hanging on to it the way he did, because he had a handful of steering wheel going into Speedrome 2 and 3 there, but he hung on to it, and Dominic Gaddis comes away with the win. So what a race by our junior drivers. Your winner, Dominic Gaddis.
As they make their way into the pits now, is up next, we have your 206 juniors set to take the green here shortly. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, 206 Racing coming live your way.
Tilt seats, they got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel?
From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
And here we go. 206 Junior set to take the green here shortly as they make their way out of Speedrome Turn 4, heading towards the acceleration cone. Onto the power they go. And it is going to be a little bit of a jump there from the outside line. Lewis and Laser able to go straight to the point. Leighton Mole now tries on the inside line. They're still side-by-side over at the Turn 2. A little bit of hustle and tussle there through the mid parts of the track on back. But now it is going to be Lewis and Laser in that second position. Leighton Mole leading the way out in front.
And we got a quick spin there by the 175. That's Jetty Jones. Got in there a little bit too quick, and it snapped on him and sends him back to the rear. See if he can work his way back up through. Coming by for lap number 1. And Leighton Mall, your leader by about 2 kart lengths over Lucian Laser, Cooper Mall, Vinko Jeličić, and Gabriel Payne. That's your top 5 running order. 1 lap of the books on 206 Junior. 4-kart breakaway. Leighton Mall leads the way.
Yeah, and that 4-kart breakaway looks like it's starting to break up just a little bit as Jeličić seems to be closing in there on Cooper Mole in that second position or third position. Tries it, sends it up the inside. Jeličić up 1 more position. That's going to push Mole back into the 4th spot. Meanwhile, your top 2, Mole and Laser, almost nose to tail here now as Laser's up on the wheel. He's tucked behind, trying to see if he can't get a toe off of Leighton Mole heading down into Speedrome 1 and 2. Make their way now into that Turn 2 hairpin, heading over to turn number 3.
2-kart breakaway now for those top 2, Leighton Mall and Lucian Laser. Good battle for third out there between Vinko Jeličić and Cooper Mall. And not that far back in 5th, we've got Gabriel Payne, and in 6th, Maddox Hooper. Those top 6 have checked out on the rest of the field. But the top 2 heading out of Speedrome 4 and down the front stretch one more time, Leighton Mall leading the way.
So now Laser continues to try to work on that back bumper and stay in the draft. Losing a little bit of time there, it seems like, heading over into turn number 2. That is normal turn 2, not Speedrome turn 2 as well, I guess you can say. But make their way down into that hairpin of turn 4. Laser still over the back bumper, but keep an eye on Jeličić there, Vinko Jeličić in that 3rd position, able to get around Cooper Mole and then kind of plateau just a little bit. He seems to be staying almost like at this barrier, this artificial barrier that you can't quite see between the second placement of Laser and himself. So if he's able to pick up just a little bit, he might be able to close back up, but all in the while, Cooper Mole, tire pressure seemed to come up, and he's closing in on the back bumper.
He's right there as they go through Speedrome 2 and into the inner part of the course, turn 3 now. And you notice, Caleb, you can almost tell gearing on these karts. Some drivers are really strong through the inner part of the course where it's really tight. Other drivers really crank it up on the front straight. And it's that happy medium, so to speak. If they can find it, I think that's where they're going to be the strongest. But right now, it's nose to tail for those top 2, Leighton Mall and Lucas Laser.
Yeah, so Lewis and Laser right there on the back bumper of Leighton Mole as yellow flag is out. And, we got a kart in the barriers up over in the entry of turn 2. And I believe that is Jetty Jones in the 175 coming to a stop. Fortunately, Jetty is out of the kart, and they're moving that kart over the concrete barrier as well. So once they get that cleaned up and put back underway, we'll be back under green into turn 1. But right now, just a local caution. Track crew doing a good job of getting the kart moved and then getting the barriers back underway. But we continue to watch your top 2 right now. Leighton Mole, and Mole took all sorts of curbing there coming back into the inner parts of the track out of the bus stop chicane, losing a little bit of time. Lewis and Laser now within about a half a kart length.
Two-tenths of a second separation between first and second. Then the next 4, third through 6th, are nose to tail. So that battle for third heating up. But the top 2 breaking away, Leighton Mall and Lucian Laser. About a kart length separation. Good battle for 5th out there side by side between Cooper Mall and Gabriel Payne. Payne to the inside, makes the pass around Mall and takes over the 5th spot.
Yeah, so how about that there is Maddox Hooper able to get around Payne, and now looks like they're going to go side by side again. I believe that may be Payne going back by Hooper. So now they're still going to be side-by-side across the stripe. 45 on the inside there of Gabriel Payne. Going to hold on to the position. Again, this is the battle for the 4th and 5th spot, as now Payne temporarily is going to hold it But now it looks like Hooper is going to try it yet again. These two are teammates. Looked like they thought, hey, let's try to work together. And then after the halfway point, they're like, no, let's try to see if we can make up some more spots. They're still side by side, heading over the left-hander.
Lap traffic up ahead. And let's see, good job by the back marker there, getting out of the way. So the leaders cruise on by, and the battle rages on. Leighton Mall hanging on with Lucian Laser right there. And more lap traffic for third and fourth, Yelichek and Cooper Mall. And they get by the lap traffic. Going back to the front, these two still getting after it, as is third and fourth and fifth and sixth. Three great battles out on the track for those top six positions. It's still Leighton Mall leading the way, but only by inches, not even a kart length separating the two. Certainly, I think that Lucian Laser may be just calculating how long to wait. Looks like it could be 2 to go this time by, so he's going to have to make that move here pretty quick. Lucian Laser on the charge. Can he get around Leighton Mall?
So 2 laps to go now, and we got 2x2 packs, although it looks like maybe an incident there for Gabriel Payne as Maddox Hooper is into the 5th spot. Gabriel Payne falling down the order there in P6. So not quite sure what happened as Payne is out of his cart, and they got it back over the barrier. So something happened over there on the entry of that bus stop chicane. But let's pick it back up with the leaders now as we're looking at the white flag. Leighton Mole is still out in front. Yellow flag is out there over. And now, how about that? Lucian Laser used that yellow to his advantage. He's now all over the back bumper coming to the white flag.
One more time to the inside he goes. Oh, and that's, you know what? That's thinking on your feet. He dodged the cone from a safety standpoint. He motioned the leader back by. Kudos to Lucian Laser. He had the lead, but he knew it was wrong. He let him back by. I'll race you the right way. Good job. Good young racers out there.
And this still isn't over yet. He did let him back by, and then Leighton Mole defended going into that right-hander hairpin. Now they're going to have to go through that local caution one more time, and that seems to be where Lucian is able to close back up. Not that time, so he's going to stay about a half a car length behind. He gets a good pull. Is it enough? Don't think it's going to be. Checkered flag is out. Leighton Mole is going to take the provisional win here. Lucian Laser comes across in P2. Vinko Yelichek comes across in the 3rd position. Cooper Mole 4th. Maddox Hooper rounding out your top 5.
Great run for Leighton Mall, but kudos to Lucian Laser for thinking on his feet, doing the right thing, and letting the leader back by as he got around that cone on the inside, on the wrong side. So Lucian Laser, unofficially, is a black and checkered, finishes second. Vinko Yelichek, Cooper Mall, and Maddox Hooper.
So that will do it for your 206 juniors. Up next, your 206B is about to make their way out on track. After that, we go to your micros and your minis, followed by your pro and sportsman shifter. So we're going to another commercial break as we have some track cleanup to do. And when we come back, 206B set to go green.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge.
So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
So here we go, set 206B, about to take the green here, down to the line. It is going to be Carson Sauter and Levi Wilbur taking him to the green, and Levi Wilbur gets a good start there, and it looks like Kart 7, Paul Riker Jr. tries to get to nose on the inside, and he does it. He'll take over that second position from Carson Sauter, who's going to get bumped back to P number 3.
Seth McCone in fourth, right on the rear bumper of Sauter. Nobody's gone away here too quickly. Although Levi Wilbur does have a little bit of a gap, but I think he's going to have some company once things settle out. And Carson Sauter says, I'll have none of that. I need to get back up here towards the front and chase down Levi Wilbur. And he does just that as he takes back over second spot from Eicher and goes to chase down Levi Wilbur, lap number 1 in the books.
So now let's see if Paul Riker Jr. on that track cart has anything to say about it. Does he try to get on the inside? He does not. He's going to follow back in line. So out in front on the CW Burrell Art is Levi Wilbur in P2. GP Kart Factory Fury USA entry of Carson Sauter just behind him, like we talked about, Paul Riker, and followed by Seth McCone in the top 4. All pretty much kind of nose to tail right now. A little bit of separation there between Carson Sauter and Paul Riker Jr. on that track cart as they make their way out again. We're going to put one more lap in the books as we're looking now. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go at the line.
And we've got 2 and 2 now as Wilbur and Sauter have gapped Eicher and McCone quite a bit. So those front two checking out now over a second advantage over third and fourth. But that top 2 battle very close, as is third and fourth. Right now, Levi Wilbur ever so slightly, about a 0.3 of a second advantage over Carson Sauter.
So Wilbur out in front on that CW Burrell Art, leading the way. Carson Sauter on the Factory Fury GP Kart USA now pretty much on his back bumper, coming down towards the start-finish straight. About a half a cart separates him into turn number 1. Not going to be enough here. Carson Sauter is going to have to sit and wait his time right there behind Levi Wilbur. 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go here as we continue on. Like you said, the 2x2 pack, decent separation there. Paul Riker Jr. about 2.2 seconds behind your leader of Levi Wilbur.
And we know how close these guys are in qualifying. They went back and forth to get the toe off of each other to get the fast laps. So we know they're equal. Maybe they made a little bit of tweaks to their setup, but the bottom line is these guys are about as close as you can get on speed.
Well, the thing that's awesome about street racing, I think Jason Ewers talked about perfectly. Yeah, setup can help here, but at the end of the day, all carts are sideways when you have no grip. So setup does make a huge factor, but it's kind of just the same thing for everyone through. Put as much grip as you can and hope it's going to stick.
Close enough now to make a move. We'll see if Carson Sauter can do something under braking, or is he going to wait to those last couple of laps And will that be the signal? If he gets up front too early, it'll just give Levi Wilbur a chance to make the same move back. So Carson Sauter could be content with just allowing the two to break away from the rest of the field. Crossing the stripe one more time. We're 5 laps in the book, just past the midway point of this heat race number 1 on 206B. And it's Levi Wilbur over Carson Sauter, Palmer Eicher in third, and Seth McCone fourth.
So let's sit and watch here. We're watching two battles happening at the same time. It looks like Seth McCone has a look here on the inside. This is the battle for third, as there goes Seth McCone. He sends it by. Eicher Jr. tries for a crossover. Might happen here. He's going to have that more momentous run, but is not going to have a chance to do anything with it. So now Palmer Eicher Jr. back into fourth. Seth McCone up into the third spot. Meanwhile, your leaders switching back up to them, heading down into turn number 1. Levi Wilbur makes his way on point. Carson Sauter, I mean, he's closing within that little half-cart gap that he has, but just hasn't quite been close enough to stick his nose in just yet.
He's as close as you can get without touching. He is right there. I'm talking about inches between first and second, between Levi Wilbur and Carson Sauter. As we wind this one down, probably about 1 or 2 more laps before they'll see that 2 to go. Not quite yet, but they're closing in on the end of this race, and I think you're going to see Carson Sauter trying to set up a move on Levi Wilbur. Nose to tails, they cross the stripe one more time. Gap between third and fourth a little bigger now. Seth McCone comfortably in third, about a second advantage over Palmer Eicher in fourth. But the battle rages on up front between Levi Wilbur and Carson Sauter.
So Sauter continues to sit and follow right behind Wilbur as they make their way into that left-hander, heading over towards that back stretch. As here goes Carson Sauter up on the inside, and that was as textbook as it comes. He's now back on point. Now Levi Wilbur, unfamiliar territory. He's now going to have to follow and see if he can't set up Carson Sauter.
Not going to lie to you, Caleb, it was too soon. I think Levi Wilbur says, okay, he's licking his chops. He's still got a couple laps left to make that same move back on Sauter. Sauter has got to protect every lap, every turn, if he wants to keep Levi Wilbur in his rearview mirror.
And time all but expires now. So 2 laps to go, and they make their way back around the stripe. And Carson Sauter still holding off Levi Wilbur in the second position, although Levi seems to be falling off just a little bit behind Carson, so definitely more comfortable leading than he is running in that second spot. He's going to have to hope he can get a good run out of that corner right there, that final corner, and get a good run down this front straightaway, but he's kind of plateauing at about the 2-cart length gap. Double sticks up in the air. Carson Sauter can breathe just a little bit lighter heading over into turn number 2.
Levi Wilbur sends it deep into Speedrome 2, and now through the inner part of the course, about 1 cart length separation. Wilbur definitely closing in on Sauter, but not close enough. He's got 1 lap to go next time by to try to make that move, and he's just not close enough to do it. Carson Sauter really got the pedals going right here, as he has about a 2 cart length advantage now as they head up into Speedrome 3 and 4, and down for the white flag. It's Carson Sauter by about 2 cart lengths over Levi Wilbur.
And Wilbur, man, he closes up there in turn 2, doesn't he? He gets right up to the back bumper. You can see it here. Closes up 3 or 4 cart lengths and somehow doesn't, well, that time he gave up a little bit, but the time before held on to it. Now I think he's going to be struggling. He seems to be struggling a lot in the left-hand corners. Or the right-handers, I should say. There he lost time. Over here, doesn't quite get up on the curb and continues to lose time through the back parts of the track. So Levi Wilbur, I think, is going to be all but out of the picture, which means smooth sailing here for Carson Sauter out of the final corner. Checker flag in here, and Carson Sauter is going to take the win here this afternoon for 206B.
And Carson Sauter, who got shuffled back to third spot on the start, kept his composure, stayed on track, and reeled back in Levi Wilbur. And with 3 laps to go, makes the pass inside Levi Wilbur to take over the lead and the win. Levi Wilbur second, Seth McCone third, and Palmer Eicher round out your top 4 finishers in 206B. Coming up next will be the mini micro class.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2-3 sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on acceleration.
Green flag is out for your mini and micro, making the way down towards turn number 1 is Patrick McNeely, set to basically run the entire show all the way through. He is the sole micro here this afternoon. So we're going to sit back and watch here. Patrick McNeely, 5 minutes plus 2 laps is the distance he has to run. And right now he's getting some good seat time here and gaining experience, especially being on a different circuit. We know he races at Whiteland Raceway Park, normal runner there as well a couple of times at the Newcastle Motorsports Park. So it's good to see a little bit of diversity and kind of just expanding your portfolio as far as what type of tracks and what type of circuits you're good on. And this is all going to improve his low grip situations, which honestly, if you look back at it, most people who grew up street racing are really good at racing in the rain and variable conditions. So right now, Patrick McNeely is making his way up the karting ladder and going to continue to improve his resume. So we're going to sit back and watch here, and we're going to crank it up as Patrick McNeely takes the rest of heat race number 1 underway here for the next 4 minutes plus 2 laps. So here it is. White flag is out. Patrick McNeely making his way over into the bus stop chicane through the final section of corners for the last time. Up towards the banking he goes. And for the final time, makes his way back out on track. It is going to be Patrick McNeely taking the win here for the first heat race for Mini and Micro. And that is going to do it. He's going to take one more lap before he comes to the pits. Up next, it is the second biggest class and the highlight class. Pro and Sportsman Shifter set to take the green here this afternoon for the first of 2 heat races. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and I believe we're also going to reset the barriers here before we send out all of the fast karts. So stay tuned as we're going to be going live here shortly.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start.
And here we go. Pro Shifter set to take the green here this afternoon. Eli Fox, Evan Batt on the front row. Evan Batt gets the whole shot for the moment. Eli Fox has a better run. One of the cones get knocked off to the side, and Evan Batt goes all the way out to the marbles, losing one, almost 2 positions. Still door-to-door there with, I believe that's car number 86 of Terry Swanson. He's going to sit on the 4th spot. Evan Batt gets all loosey-goosey, but that is good news for your leader, Eli Fox, out in front. And how about that for a wild start? But I kind of got to remind myself, that's just how shifters go on the start here.
It was a wild start, but it was a clean start. Everybody's headed in the right direction. Nobody falling by the wayside, and we've got 1 lap in the books. Eli Fox with a nice little gap over Corey Osborne, Evan Batt, Terrence Swanson, and Kenneth Hahn. And, we got missed a shift. Corey Osborne come off of turn 4, missed a shift, and Evan Batt got around him, and now he's going to try to chase down the leader, Eli Fox. Let's see if he's got anything for Eli.
Well, let's keep an eye there on Keith Hahn there in the 616. Judging by the helmet, I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be A.J. Nowd. actually in the cart. AJ Nowd, a multi-time starter at the SCUSA Supernats, and as well as a winner back in 2008, if I'm not mistaken, multi-time winner on the SCUSA Pro Tour, as well as the IKS Series. So look for the 616 to slowly make his way up through the field of AJ Nowd as we got more problems, it looks like. I think that's Tim Sawyers coming to a stop on the final corner of the outside of the barriers as he is out of the cart. And hoping he's okay. He's sitting on the side of it. He might be trying to pull it back over. Or almost looks like he's kind of working on it. But that is Tim Sawyers. Might be trying to make his way back over. And it looks like they're trying to just get the cart off of the barriers. Tim Sawyers up and walking, thankfully. And I think he might be trying to bump start it. As Tim Sawyers is holding the yellow flag, walking down the track to the inner parts of the field. No, it looks like he is done. So unfortunate to see Tim Sawyers out in the first heat race. But as we're going to pick it back up, how about this for Eli Fox? We were watching that. Look at his lead right now. 2 seconds cleared of Evan Batt in the second position, 2.3 seconds to be exact. And just behind him, Corey Osborne running in that third position on the TV cart.
29.963 last lap on Eli Fox. A 2.3 second gap. He's 2 to 3 seconds consistently faster than Evan Batt running in second. Corey Osborne, Kenneth Hahn, and Tommy Plahico. That's your top 5. But right now they're all chasing Eli Fox, and not very well. Eli Fox every lap stretches that lead out. Now the gap almost 3 seconds, 2.7 seconds first to second as Eli Fox has it dialed in.
And looking on track, I believe cart number 116 of Tyler Sawyers, who was out earlier on a 125 KZ shifter, appears to be running, I think that's a CR80. So Tyler Sawyers made an engine change, and he is actually the only 80cc shifter out on track right now. That's, I don't think is going to be a huge issue. They're very similar ish in speeds to the 125s, but not so much the KZs. So Tyler Sawyers, the only 80cc shifter out on track, as meanwhile, Eli Fox, 2.9 seconds cleared of Evan Batt, both on the Factor Fury GP kart chassis. And Corey Osborne on the TV kart right there in the third spot, and he missed a shift there coming out of turn 3, able to pick it back up. And then AJ Nowd in for Keith Hahn in that fourth position is wheeling that thing as he is holding on to that fourth position just over Tommy Palacto in P number 5.
I got to be thinking right now that Evan Batt's going, you know what, I'm not catching him. I just need to stay steady, keep my second spot, and we'll get after it in heat number 2. But I don't think there's any chance of him chasing down Eli Fox right now. Eli Fox remains fastest kart on the track. Not only that, lap after lap, he's getting faster.
Now let's go back just a little bit. It looked like Dane McMahon may have had an issue there running back in the 6th position with the red helmet, a red and white helmet and white suit. He got passed not only by AJ Nowd, but also by Tommy Palacto. So Dane McMahon may be having an issue or miss a shift there in turn 2. But that goes to show you miss a shift in one corner and it bumps you back down. Tyler Sawyers had problems and he slowed down Eli Fox just a little bit as if that may shorten the gap up just a little bit for Evan Batt, who's down by about 3.5 seconds. So as we continue to sit and watch, looks like Evan Batt was able to get around the 80 shifter of Tyler Sawyers, and he may have lost a little bit of time there. He was about 3.3 seconds back, not 3.2, so he gained about a tenth, but I think that's going to expand back out, because how about this for Eli Fox? You want to talk about a warm-up for Supernats? That is all but good as, it looks like a cart in the barrier coming out of the final corner. I believe that is AJ Nowd who put that cart through the barrier on that final corner. He is thankfully out of the cart, and he's getting it moved, so that was a scary wreck, but good news that he is okay and now under his own power.
2 laps to go for Eli Fox. Last lap at 29.847. Quick lap of the race. He gets faster every lap. Eli Fox reeling it in right now. It'll be white flag next time by, and Fox is flying out there.
So 2 laps to go now. Next time by will be the white flag for Eli Fox as they continue on with that yellow flag over in turn 4. And Evan Batt is probably one of the top competitors we have in the master class of shifters. He's won several Stars Championship races as well as a couple of Pro Tours freaker runner out at Newcastle Motorsports Park in the shifter and single speed classes as well, and all sorts of history of being a competitor. I mean, he used to be teammates to Connor Daly back when they used to run karts together out at Newcastle Motorsports Park. So I think that just shows what type of level Eli Fox has. He's also a front runner at Stars Championship and the SCUSA Pro Tour. So it's nice to see that we can have some a mix and a variety of different talents out here this afternoon.
Checker flag comes out for Eli Fox. Evan Batt finishes in second. Finishing in third is going to be Corey Osborne, followed by Tommy Plahico and Dane McMahon. That's your top 5 finishers in our shifter class as we wind down our first round of heats. One more round to go. When we come back, it'll be kid karts coming out, completing our first round of heats. Your winner in the shifter class is Eli Fox.
Green flag is out for your kid karts as they go down to turn number 1. Colt Morgan's going to lead the way with Bo Laser not too far behind in that second position, losing a little bit there at turn number 2 as they continue on now. This is going to be the same as we saw before, 5 minutes plus 2 laps.
Nice clean start by the kid karts. Everybody through the first few corners on the first lap with no problems. And we got a good battle out there for that front spot now. Colt Morgan and Bo Laser right there together. Around in Speedrome turn 3 and 4 and down the front stretch. Colt Morgan brings them across the stripe for lap number 1. Bo Laser not that far behind.
So yeah, Bo Laser in that second position, and Colt Morgan puts down the fastest lap on the first lap, although that's going to continue to drop throughout this heat race, I should say. But now it looks like Bo Laser really closing up in that right-hander of turn number 4 as they make their way over now to left-hander at turn 5. Bo Laser roughly about 3 kart lengths behind.
Bo is sending it into those corners. He is going in deep. Really closing the gap. But when they come out of Speedrome 4, Colt Morgan cranks it up and stretches it out. But, boy, I'll tell you, Bo Laser is really hitting those corners heavy. Aaron Merkel runs in third. And we got one kart stopped out there. Could be Knox Smith, I believe. No, it's the number 4 of Sophia Wilfong.
So, yeah, unfortunate for Sophia. She's going to have to hop out of the kart as there's a flag marshal giving her the sign to get out. It may have been a thrown chain, but they're going to take the kart over the barrier. Unfortunate for her, her heat race is done for the day. But good news is tomorrow she has the pre-final and the feature to try to make it all back up as we have another one stopped. Does kart number 15, Miles Hale, going down to the right-hander of turn 4 in that top kart entry. Comes to a stop, and he is not happy. Unfortunately, his day has come to an end as our track marshal team is going out there now to try to get his kart over the barrier and get him over as well. All the while, your leader, Colt Morgan, continues to open up the lead. 3.1 seconds he has over Bo Laser in that second position. Aaron Merkel in P number 3, not too far back, roughly about 2-ish seconds. Although after all these cautions, I might close them back up just a little bit more with the local yellows. As we continue on now, 2 minutes. It looks like kart 15 of Miles Hale doesn't want to get out of the kart just yet. He's taking his time getting out as a track marshal, trying to make sure no one's there. And there he goes. He's out of the kart. He thought he was going to get a free ride over the barrier and not have to hop back over. But there they go. That is Miles and his kart now going over the barrier. So we should go back to full green here as we continue on. We are now lap number 4 in the books. Just under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Well, they got spread out pretty quick there, Caleb. All of a sudden, that close racing up front has gone by the wayside. Cole Morgan, Bo Laser, Aaron Merkel, and Knox Smith are the 4 karts remaining on track as we've lost Miles Hale and Sophia Wilfong. Unfortunately for them, the battle, I guess, would be for second right now as Bo Laser and Aaron Merkel are pretty close. Merkel about 2 kart lengths back. But Colt Morgan, well, he's got to figure it out. And I think we might have the 15 of Miles Hale going back under power.
I was just about to say, it looked like the track marshal able to restart his kart, put him over the grid, and he looks so excited to get back in the kart and underway. He will continue to finish his heat race. Unfortunately, we'll be a few laps down. But, I mean, Randy, as we were talking about before, kid karts is all about trying to get seat time, and that's the best way you can get better at karting. When you talk to anyone, whether it be a mechanic, a team owner, a driver coach, a driver, when they say, what's the one thing I need for my kid to go fast? Seat time. You got to be behind the wheel. You got to be turning laps. And it gets very kind of repetitive after a while as there goes Bo around Miles Hale. So he's going to continue on now where they'll have traffic. But as I was saying, seat time is the best way to get better at karting, just being behind the wheel in general.
And speaking of getting better, lap after lap, Colt Morgan gets faster. Last lap of 42.827. Colt Morgan clearly the fastest kart on the racetrack. And we got another driver out now.
Yeah, and
this is.
think that is kart number, can't quite see it from here. I think that might be the 12 of Knox Smith out, unfortunately. So Knox Smith, day comes to an end. Good news for Miles Hale as we see 2 laps to go. Miles Hale might be able to make those laps back up as he's 2 laps down on Knox Smith and take a position back. Or no, that's Aaron Merkel. Aaron Merkel is out. So 2 laps to go here for your kid karts. Colt Morgan continues to lead the way. And car number 44 as he makes his way across the stripe now. Bo Laser still running that second position. Right now, Colt Morgan, I believe, has a 10-plus second lead over Bo Laser. Let's see at this time by 8.1. So it's 2 seconds off. I should lose my job for that.
Not that easy, Caleb.
So as we continue to watch here, Colt Morgan only's got one more lap before he can see that checkered flag and win both heats here this morning. Again, both are 5 minutes plus 2 laps. After this, we have our biggest class, the 206 Masters and Legends, set to take the green here live on Kart Chaser Grassroots. Want to appreciate everyone here tuned in to watch this afternoon here on Kart Chaser. This is day 1 of 2 as the white flag comes out now. As there it is, that top card entry, car number 44 on the Comer. Colt Morgan continues to lead.
And if you haven't already, make sure you stop down at the concession stand underneath the front stretch grandstands. They got everything from chicken tenders to cheeseburgers to nachos, cold drinks, hot coffee, you name it. They've got it. All kinds of candy. Stop down at the concession stand and have a snack or have a late lunch.
So here we go now. White flag going out for the rest of the field. There is cart number 12 there. That is Knox Smith up in the 3rd position, taking the white flag. This time by, look for the checkered. Colt Morgan going to take both heat wins here on Saturday of day 1 of 2. And look at that celebration as he makes his way across the line. Colt Morgan takes the win for the second heat race here for Kid Kart. And I believe that is going to put him on pole position for the pre-final. It's going to be 10 minutes plus 2 laps later on tomorrow. As there goes Bo Laser as well. So a little bit of kart cleanup to do here, Randy, and I believe that they might do a quick track reset for the barriers that got moved, as we do have our biggest class set to go green, the 206 Masters and Legends, which put on a fantastic show all the way through earlier in heat race number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, and it was a workout for our corner marshals on this kid karts. We had 3 of the 6 kid karts fall by the wayside. They got 1 of them running again, but we still have 2 off to the side. So good hard work by our corner workers. They're doing a tremendous job today, on their toes, responding immediately when somebody has any issues whatsoever. So hats off to them. We got a good crew here as we wind down our first heat race in the second round kid karts. And as Caleb said, 206 Masters and Legends coming out, and we got a bunch.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 3
And here we go. 206 Masters and Legends set to take the green. Green flag is out. Jared Spensel is going to lead the way with, I believe that's Palmer Eicher there on the outside. Eicher's going to try to hold on to that second position. Arcs around the outside as they go 3 wide, a little bit farther back. And now Palmer Eicher is going to get pinched on the inside and lose one position. Kyle Landon up to P2. Oh, Derek Hastings goes up against the wall and breaks the tie rod. Hastings comes to a stop and his race is over after just 3 corners.
So the 531 of Matt Geist, who had to start near the back of the field, must have advanced, and we'll know when he comes by here, must have advanced 5 or 6 spots on the high side in Speedrome 1 and 2. We'll get a read on where he's running right now, but he started in 17th, and I have a feeling he's close to top 10.
Looking on the board here, and he is 10th, up 7 positions there in that first corner.
And he just passed another. Now he's in 9th. So he's on the charge, and if you want to see how to pass on this track, watch that orange helmet right now under braking. Can't quite do it there. Oh, maybe he does. Yep, makes the pass, and he's up to 8th spot.
Now let's recall back. Geist is running in 206A, and he's a contender for the lead and the win all weekend long. And he was fast here with the 206 Masters and Legends, but he just kept having trouble. In qualifying, he lost a bumper. In the heat race, he got tangled up in a little bit of an incident, lost his back bumper. So he's had to just kind of rebounce, and he's done it again as he is back up front. Continues to go on the charge, makes up one more position, up into 8th now. So he was able to get around your 9th placeman of Travis Wilbur. So Geist now up into 8th and continues to go on the charge, and he's got a pack of 5 laid out perfectly right in front of him.
Yeah, I think you're going to see him. He's not going to catch the leader, but you're going to see a top 3 or 4 finish out of it when he's done, I think. He slips inside of another one, makes the pass. Matt Geist on the move.
Yeah, so Matt Geist there is still working around traffic as he is now behind, I believe, is the 4. I believe that might be McCone there just in front of him. And it is. Jeremy McCone is the next one he's trying to work on, and he currently has just got around the 0-2. So Matt Geist now up into the 7th position, got behind or in front of Mac Burkhardt as well. So Matt Geist up into P7, and now he's got one more lined up in sight. Let's see if he can get around the 40 of McCone. Can't get it done here, and he's going to continue to follow right behind as we continue to watch Matt Geist out in front.
Jared Spansel with a little bit of a gap, 0.7 of a second, or about 5 kart lengths on track. Back to second, Kyle Landon and Palmer Eicher, second and third. They're right there. And Matt Geist back in 7th, but he's got his sights set on 6th place, Jeremy McCone.
Jared Spensel still out in front with Kyle Landon as we got one in the Bear. I believe that might I can't quite see that number from here. We're going to look on the data sheet, but I think that may have been Michael Schaefer stuck in the barrier facing the wrong way. I think he might try to turn himself around and get going under his own power, but as we still go side by side a little bit farther back there in the battle for the I believe that's the 28 of Giacomo. It is in the 16th position with Danny Cutshaw. So those two battling a little bit further on back. But let's look at this battle out in front. And how about that? Jared Spincell up. It says 0.8 of a second. I wouldn't be surprised if he stretched that a little bit more because Kyle Land and Palmer Eicher in that second and third position been going back and forth, trying to just close that gap down to Spincell. But as they've been going back and forth like this, it's kind of just stagnated the growth.
And Matt Geist back in 7th, kind of stuck right there, trying to work around Jeremy McCone in 6th, but hasn't been able to do it. There's 4 carts nose to tail for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, rather. And now slipping to the inside. McCone trying to do. Here comes Geist to the outside. Can he make the pass on the high side entering turn 1? Not going to be able to do it there. He'll take a long, deep swing to the outside. What a beautiful pass by Matt Geist. Takes over 6th spot. Now he's got his sights set on Alex Cooper.
Yeah, so how about that there for Matt Geist, able to go around the outside and make up one more position, like you said, on the back bumper of Alex Cooper. And I don't think School's going to be out for Summers. He tries up the inside, and he does it. That's going to be Geist up one more position to P6. Alex Cooper's going to fall back one. And I know what you're going to say, Randy. I'll credit to you for that quote that I just pulled, as you said it earlier, as they still go back and forth here, as it looks like Jeremy trying to see if he can't make a move.
And we got a battle for the top 3 spots right now, as Jared Spancel, Palmer, Eicher, and Kyle Landon are racing each other. And if they keep racing each other, you know what? That second group has a shot. Matt Geist in 5th. He's trying to get around Gary McCone. If he does, he might be able to run these leaders down, and he does. He makes the pass, moves up to 4th. Matt Geist on the charge.
Yeah, and behind him, that is going to be Alex Cooper is going to follow as well. So Cooper up one more position. McCone now down 2. Top 3 making the way across the stripe. Look for 2 laps to go here, and it's Spincell out in front. And I think he's got a little too comfortable out there. He hasn't quite taken a peek back. You might be surprised here to see in these final 2 laps. He has got a mirror full right now. Palmer Eicher Sr. just behind him. Kyle Landon not too far back, as we have one broke going off the track. I believe that may have been Troy Toney in the 24.
What a charge by Matt Geist. Started in 17th position, currently running in 4th. Time probably running out, but a real charge by Matt Geist, working his way through the field. You can definitely pass on this circuit. There's no question about that. We just saw it. White flag coming out for your leader, Jared Spancel.
So Spancel now going to take him into Speedrome turns 1 and 2 right now. I think he's got just enough breathing room here in the final lap to not necessarily take it easy, but be able to take a deep breath and not quite defend. He goes the middle parts of the track, and I think that might have been a little premature because that's now going to allow Palmer Eicher Sr. to close back up, and he defends again going into that left-hander. Just like that, the gap now goes down to about a kart length over into the bus stop chicane double left-hander, now into the right, and right now Palmer Eicher Sr. is on the back bumper. I mean, he can get a tow, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. So that is going to be Spincell taking Heat race number 2 win. How about that? Jared Spincell is your Heat winner. Palmer Eicher comes across in P2, Kyle Landon P3, and Matt Geist, man, how about that? Up into the 4th position with Alex Cooper in P5.
Tremendous job by Matt Geist, working his way through the field. 13 positions, although 5 of them on the first lap, taking the high side around Speedrome 1 and 2. And making those passes, keeping his line and his momentum. Great run for Matt Geist.
So that was going to do it here for the 206 Masters and Legends. Up next, it's your KAs, KA Junior and Senior, about to take the green here this afternoon. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go to commercial break, and when we come back, more racing coming your way.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. The official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2-3 sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Green flag is out for your KA junior and senior. Mason Gallian's going to lead him down into turn number 1, but here comes Daniel Piercy up one more position to P2. He is now following close on the back bumper now, heading over into turn number 4. Looks like he's going to back off just a little bit, but he is one more ahead of Macy Gallion, who actually won the senior, got second overall in heat race number 1. She now runs in the second position.
Mason Gallion jumping off the corners. Good low-end speed out of Mason Gallion. And already lap 1 in the books, and Mason Gallion with almost a full second advantage over Daniel Piercy, Macy Gallion, and Taylor Ains.
So as they continue now into turn number 2, and Mason Gallion got in a little bit of the back bumper there of Daniel Piercy coming out of that second and final corner, as she is now going to continue to follow. And how about this? Taylor Ains in that third position, 4th overall, now is right behind Macy as they continue over the left-hand corner. And I think that little bobble that she had coming out of turn 2 saw an opportunity for him to maybe make a move here, as he's going to try to size it up, gets a little bit closer. No, and Mason Gallion had a quick peek to the inside there of Daniel Piercy in that second and final corner, but is now going to continue on in P number 3. One more lap in the books. Time continues on as we are now, it says that we're 5 minutes in, but I think I just need to reset my timing and scoring here. As we continue on now, well, there it is. We are 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, minute 52 in, so not quite halfway yet. And now Mason Gallion, how about this? The junior driver out in front, continuing to pull away from the senior group.
33.441 last lap on Mason and Gallion.
As we go side by side, possibly now Mason Gallion able to get around Daniel Piercy. Piercy is going to try to sit up the inside, got a little loose there through the middle of turn 3 in that big sweeper, and I'm sure that was a grasp for air moment as he was able to hold on to it. But Mason Gallion in the senior division now going to go back up to the front, and now Daniel Piercy has got his work cut out for him.
What a battle in the senior division. It's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the racetrack, but 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the class. And right now, Daniel Piercy with a lead ever so slightly. No, it's Mason Gallion with a lead ever so slightly over Daniel Piercy and Taylor Ains.
So now it looks like Mason Gallion starting to pull away from Daniel Piercy in the second position. And actually, she almost appears to be closing back up to what I assume is her little brother, Mason Gallion, out in front. So she is trying to get a little bit of a gap between herself and Piercy for second. She could go 2 for 2 of the heat wins and sweep Saturday if she is able to hold on just a little bit longer. We are just over halfway, 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And how about that? Mason Gallion went purple last time by. She's the fastest card on track, 32.814. And for her brother Mason, went a 33.231.
Now, the big question is, if Mason knows that it's Macy behind him, is he going to let her by?
Sibling rivalry right there. So I think, I don't know about you, Randy, but if it was my brother on track, I wouldn't make it easy on him.
Well, Mom and Dad are probably hoping that they do, but we'll see what happens, because Macy is closing in, gapping second place in the KA Seniors, which is Daniel Piercy, and Macy has got them pretty good, and now she's closed in right there behind her brother, Mason Gallion. It's going to be a battle for that top spot, I think, within a lap or two.
Yeah, last time by, she went about 0.2 better than her brother Mason out in front. Still holds on to the fastest lap of a 32.814. Daniel Piercy trailing now by about a half a second of Macy. He ran a 33.181 that last time by. So Macy's still turning faster laps than Daniel Piercy, the second place for senior. And the gap continues to open up, and she tries on the inside, and Mason is going to let her go and says, go forth and prosper and try to run back. Actually, maybe not. Make it a little bit more difficult on her.
Now, see, that's a nice brother right there.
So he's going to let her go by, and I don't think he's going to go on the defensive. I think it's more of a he doesn't want to hold her up in traffic if she's obviously faster, and she was closing the gap back down, and who knows, now Mason's probably thinking this is my time to show my big sister that I'm just as fast as she is as they continue to go make their way back onto the normal parts of the track. Mason's got to run. Here comes Daniel Piercy, though. He sees a possible opportunity here. Across the stripe they go. 30 seconds until we see 2 laps to go.
You know, Mason, I think, is doing what he should be doing. He's not in their class, and he's giving them racing room. They get by him, and now we got a battle for that top spot again, although Piercy gets wide and Mason takes the spot back.
I think right now Mason just wants someone to race with, and I think that was a normal racing line. Daniel got to the inside, and I think it may have gotten a little too low up against the barrier. The back end kicked out. Now Mason trying to see if he can't take the battle to his big sister and get the overall win here as we're approaching 2 laps to go.
So Taylor Ains back up to third, getting around Daniel Piercy. So Taylor Ains will try to reel in Mason Gallion for that second spot on track, but getting by them so they can race Macy. Right now, Mason right on the rear bumper of Macy Gallion, and the two of them have checked out a little bit on third and fourth.
Yeah, and Macy had a good run there off of that right-hander hairpin, but her brother just got a little bit of a better run. He's on her back bumper, and I think he might possibly take the battle to her this lap. White flag is out as he takes a peek backwards. Plenty of breathing room, so if he wants to start battling it out with the sister for the overall win, no challenge there from behind is now Piercy's got his hands full right now of Ains in that fourth position. I think these two kind of stagnated with the battle back and forth. So now it's going to be a run to the overall win right now between Macy and Mason Gallion for heat race number 2. And as of right now, they're both going to win their respective classes. But right now they're trying to see who can get bragging rights for the overall.
And I think Macy's going to be bragging in heat number 2 as the checkered flag comes out, and it's Macy Gallion, your winner. It's Mason Gallion second on track. Daniel Percy second in the senior class, and Taylor Ains third in the senior class. That's how they finish up in our KA Junior and Senior Heat number 2. EV class is coming up next.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Green flag is out for your EVs making the way through, and I believe that Derek Hastings is not a part of the show, so Derek Hastings is not going to be able to attend this one. I think there may be he's repairing his 206 after he had the lick into the barrier for the 206 Masters and Legends. How about that for a slide job? 43, Jones, Gordon goes around, but Bryson Duff take a right back from him there on the exit of the right-hander hairpin.
A little bumping and grinding by our EV carts. They're having a good time out there. Lap number 1. Little slide job, a little too deep, bounces off the barriers, and Bryson Duff takes back the lead over Jones-Gordon.
And Noah Swink in that third position, trying to see if he can get around Jonas Gordon. As a possible move here, as they all a little bit later on the brakes, and almost goes around is Jonas Gordon, but he's able to keep it nose straight and continuing on. As now Noah Schwenk in that third position, following just behind the second placeman. Meanwhile, Bryson Duff out in front continues to pull away slowly from the rest of the field. So the 44 of Noah Swank continues behind Jonas Gordon as they make their way through that left-hander before going on to that bus stop chicane complex. And I'll tell you what, Randy, looking out that barrier heading over to the bus stop chicane, it was a little bit of a dog leg, but throughout the day, the barrier's kind of slowly been working itself back into a straighter line.
Yeah, sometimes they straighten themselves out thanks to some of the drivers, but they do their job. And when a driver comes in, he misses a corner, you don't want to hit anything, but if you're going to hit something, these barriers are pretty forgiving.
Yeah, and it looks like we got one right now, the 43 of Jonas Gordon. Looks to be trying to do a bump start on his kart right now. No, he's going to push it off track. And we were talking about earlier the reset you have to do, where sometimes the battery gets a little shook and you have to do a quick unplug and plug back in order to get it rebooting going. And those karts are also extremely heavy with how much the batteries and the motors weigh. So track marshal and Jonas himself getting that kart off track and into the middle parts of the track into safe area. So now it's down to a two-kart battle of Bryson Duff out in front, Noah Schwank running in that second position, following not too far behind.
But it's a good battle as they're nose to tail. 4 laps in the books. A little over halfway through this one. And it's anybody's race right now between Bryson Duff and Noah Schwank.
So, yeah, Noah Swank in that second position, falling just behind Bryson Duff as they snake their way through the turn off of the bus stop chicane to the inner parts of the track. Back up into the oval they go, and look at the lap times. You can tell around when the batteries start to fall off a little bit. Best for Bryson Duff out in front was a 36.2. Last time by did a 36.7. Noah Swank's best time was a 36.9, and that time by did it ran about equal. 36.9 is now he's got a little bit of a problem, and I think I have to do the unplug and plug back in method.
Yeah, Noah Swank losing power. Not sure. It doesn't look like he's going to maintain power. So Noah Swank, hand in the air, off to the sideline, and that leaves it wide open for Bryson Duff.
So, yeah, Bryson Duff now going to be the sole running kart on track and is going to continue on here. We got about a minute to go plus 2 laps. So I think we're going to crank it up just a little bit and listen to how quiet these electric karts are as we continue on here at the Speedrome Showdown, as we now are down to only Bryson Duff making his way through. Checkered flag is out. Bryson Duff takes the win here for the EV. Second place is going to go to Noah Swank, and Jonas Gordon is going to finish in the third position. We've got a little bit of cleanup to do before we get these things put away. 206A, one of our second biggest class we have here this afternoon, about to make their way out on track. We do some track cleanup and repair. When we come back, we're going to go 206 racing.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more,
.206A now out on track, about to get set going here. Carson Sauter on the inside pull. Matt Geist outside pull as they're making their way through, as the rest of the field seemed to got a little bottled up there as they're now got themselves up in the line. And we're going to look for the green flag here. Justin Laddock on the stand. Let's see it. Carson Sauter or Matt Geist. And as you were talking about earlier, Randy, Matt Geist has been on a tear as the green flag goes out.
The high side is not always the best side to be on, but he's got a good run to the outside. Matt Geist trying to ride the rim and come out on top. And Carson Sauter holds him off, but Matt Geist right there in the rear bumper in second, so he holds his spot. Good battle on back. Side by side, 2 by 3. 2 by 2, and some are sideways.
Yeah, we got a bit of a pile up there in the inside hairpin. I believe that was 42 of Macron.
And the 0-2 of Mike Bockert.
Yeah, so unfortunate for them. They're going to go a little bit farther on back. Still trying to get themselves sorted out. Not as tame as we saw earlier today in the first heat race that we had, but now heat race number 2. And basically the same thing. Copy-paste. Carson Sauter, Matt Geist out in front. And then you have Spencel and Palmer Eicher there in that second and third spot.
And Spencel, Eicher, and in fifth, Clay Robbins. Those 3 drivers are kind of helping each other, pushing and drafting to get back to the front. 2 laps in, and those top 2 trying to break away a little bit. And the battle right now for third between Spencel and Eicher rages on as they were side by side going into that tight turn 7. But now they're back on to Speedrome 3 and 4, and they're single file. But a 2-car breakaway, Carson Sauter and Matt Geist. A 36-136 for Sauter. Quick time so far.
Yeah, and Matt Geist able to just rotate a little bit better through that little transition point between being on the Speedrome track and the inside of the track. He's now continuing to stick on that back bumper, and Spencel closing up to him now.
And Clay Robbins slips around Palmer Eicher and takes over the 4th spot. And now Clay Robbins will try to run down Jared Spencel for 3rd.
So now the leaders making their way back onto the oval, coming towards the start-finish straight right now. Carson Sauter and your second placeman, Matt Geist, went on a tear in the Masters and Legends race. He went up 15 positions towards the front, now trying to see if he can't take a win here in 206A. Down into turn number 2 now is Carson Sauter holding that inside line towards the barrier and continue to hold on to point.
Palmer Eicher has advanced 5. I'm sorry, Clay Robbins started in 9th. He's advanced 5 position. He's on the move. And also, starting in 16th, now nearing the top 10, Nathan Labert is in 11th spot. He's advanced 5 spots as well. So those 2 drivers on the charge as we work our way through this second heat race in 206A, midway through our second round of heats. As we set up our starting lineups for the pre-final tomorrow, it's the Speedrome Showdown, part of the SIRA Karting Series, the season finale, and it's a great one, starting a new tradition here at the Speedrome in Indianapolis with the SIRA Karting Series coming here for their final race of the season.
And looking at it as well, it looked like Matt Geist in the second spot takes a dive here on the inside of Carson Sauter. So now Matt Geist goes up onto the point. Carson Sauter wastes no time to go to the back bumper. And how about that for a better move? First thing he did, took a peek back, and he saw Jared was not too far back and go straight to the back bumper. He was trying to see how much real estate they had, if he should be able to battle back and forth or not. And right now, he looks like no.
I think we're going to have some team racing right now. Even though they may not be on the same team, they're going to run like teammates to try to check out so they can settle it with just the 2 of them. But Jared Spencel says, guys, just give me a couple laps here. Race each other a little bit, and I'll be right with you. And that last lap, Jared Spencel in 3rd, fast lap of the race, a 35.858. Don't rule out the 3rd place runner, Jared Spencel, number 52, as he closes the gap on those top 2.
And it looks like Carson Sauter starting to fall off just a little bit here of Matt Geist out in front. Geist opened up last time by less than a tenth. This time by up to a half second between himself and Carson Sauter in that second position as side-by-side action a little bit further on back. But right now, your top 3, it's starting to space out 1 and 2, but P3 is starting to close back up. Let's see if we can't take a peek back at the battle for 4th right now, as I believe that's Levi Wilbur around the outside and actually gets passed by Clay Robbins, who we were talking about before, who's on a move right now. Palmer Eicher up in the mix, so's Kyle Landon. But right now, there's about a 5-pack going back and forth. As again, there goes Wilbur around Clay Roberts. And now Robbins, I should say, and they continue to go back and forth. So right now, 5-cart mix here for the 5th position.
What a battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. These guys are going hard at it. The top 3 have checked out on the rest of the field, and actually the top 2 are in a race of their own. All by himself, Jared Spencel was closing the gap a little bit, but the last lap, Matt Geist, a 35.629 fast lap of the race. He leads the way ever so slightly over Carson Sauter.
Yes, we're going to monitor that gap, but I think all the action's happening. 4th, 5th is now Kyle Landon. Tries to send up for 6th on Eicher Sr., and he's actually going to lose 1 position. So now Kyle Landon behind Alex Cooper. Cooper now up into 7th, Landon back to 8th. And I think I just jinxed it. Now Landon takes it back to the inside, side by side for the 7th position, over into turn 1 and 2. And is he going to try to dive bomb it? No, he goes straight up the track to try to get that crossover move. So now Kyle Landon has to settle into P8, and holding on to the 7th now is Alex Cooper.
2 laps to go next time by for Matt Geist. Can he hang on? Does Carson Sauter have anything left to close that gap on Matt Geist. Heat number 2 of our 206A, one of the more competitive classes we've had this weekend. 2 laps to go, and Matt Geist by a half a second advantage over second place Carson Sauter. Then it's Jared Spancel, Levi Wilbur, and Clay Robbins, your top 5.
So now their leader is going to make their way over to that right-hander hairpin of turn 4 and see if Carson Sauter can get a good run. He actually picks up just a little bit coming out of that right-hander visually, and he loses it a little bit in the left, but he's going to have to close the gap down now. He's going to have to be within about a kart length of your leader, Matt Geist, maybe 2, when the white flag comes out. I think anything more than that, and you have to be hoping for a mistake here from Matt Geist. And how quick Matt Geist was and the high he came off of from that 206 Masters and Legends, I think he's going to be hard to pass one here.
I think he's got a pretty safe cushion right now as long as he runs a solid lap and doesn't make any mistakes. I don't believe that Carson Sauter is going to be able to beat him. Let's give a call out to Nathan Labhart. He started in 16th. He's advanced 6 positions. He's now in the top 10. Great run for Nathan, the biggest advance of anybody in this race. But we're halfway home on this last lap, and Matt Geist right now with about a 2 kart length advantage, headed up to Speedrome 3 and 4, and down the front stretch one final time for the checkered flag. Your winner, Matt Geist, finishing second. Carson Sauter, Jared Spancel, Levi Wilbur, and Palmer Eicher, your top 5 finishers.
And here comes the Beehive here. This is 5th on back. I believe that's Clay Robbins is actually going to get around Palmer Eicher. So he's going to go up to the top 5. Palmer Eicher gets bumped to 6th. Kyle Lane at 7th. Alex Cooper in 8th. Peter Drummond in 9th. And Nathan Lambert rounding out your top 10. And how about that? Action all over the track. You had the top 3 breakaway. You had a mid-pack battle, and that mid-pack battle actually continued to grow. And it didn't really break up like you normally see. Typically someone sends a dive bomb at least once, and then it spreads the pack out. Never really saw that.
Well, and you had mentioned earlier, these are 5-minute heat races, but tomorrow we have 10-minute pre-finals and 15-minute plus 2-lap finals. These races can change their complexion several times during that, where you get a guy out front, then he loses his tires, he makes a mistake. Next thing you know, midway through the race, 7 or 8 minutes into the race, you've got a race on your hands instead of somebody gapping the field. So these are sprints. Tomorrow is more of an endurance type.
Absolutely. It's going to be a long day for all the drivers, but fortunately for us, all we have to do is watch them go through twice before we continue on here tomorrow. We still have the rest of the heats making the way through, the kiddos making the way out on track. This is your, if I'm not mistaken, this should be 206 Sportsman making their way out right now. So we're going to go a little bit radio silent here because they get 1 lap to get it up to pace, and when we come back from radio silence, it will be the green. Green flag is out, and Dominic Gaddis is actually going to get a bit of a push there from Courtney Robbins. So Courtney's going to go to the inside. Here comes O'Gara. He's going to send it up even lower and go up to that second position and copy-paste. It is Danny O'Gara into the second position. Dominic Gaddis out in front. These 2 drivers running first and second had a good show on the latter half of the heat race that we saw in the first one, as O'Gara is trying to repeat what happened in heat race number 1, although this time I think he's going to try to get around just a little bit sooner, although Courtney Robbins in that 3rd position now has got a little bit of breathing room between herself and Patrick McNeely in the 4th position down into turn number 1. Gaddis still holding on to point. O'Gara slowly making his way up to the back bumper of Dominic Gaddis. And how about that? Out of turn 2, able to close up a significant margin to the back bumper. May have been able to pull a move out if he wanted to, but decided to stay in line and follow behind Dominic Gaddis. over through turns 5 and coming back into the bus stop chicane complex. We're making the way back on track. Gaddis still out in front. O'Gara still P2. And we're about a minute and 45 seconds in now, probably about a minute 48 when they come across the stripe. 46, my math is off, but they're still going to be 1 and 2. Gaddis on the Kart Republic MPG chassis, and Danny O'Gara, who bounces back and forth between the top kart and the MPG KR, finding himself in P2. And I know O'Gara for sure is going out to SCUSA Supernats after picking up a win on the Pro Tour and running the entire national season with both Stars, USPKS, and SCUSA. Now trying to see if he can't find himself a little bit of a prep. Talking to his dad earlier today, actually earlier on in the season, I was asking him, like, you going to send him out there to Vegas? You can put him out the big boys? He's like, I want to, but I want him to get experience with barriers first because it's a whole different animal. And I think this event just fell perfectly into place for them to come out here. And, I mean, Danny's loved every minute of it. He says, I love the bumps. I love how it's kind of different than just a cookie-cutter track that we go to, not in a bad sense, but it's kind of copy-paste every track you go to.
And these two have really put on a show the entire day. And they're not disappointing right now. They're bumper to bumper out there as they've checked out on the rest of the field. Danny O'Gara right there in second on the rear deck lid of Dominic Gaddis. And he does a high side crossover move but can't quite get the steam up. Gets a good roll off of Speedrome turn 4 down the front straight. He's right there. And we'll see if he can keep in touch with Gaddis and maybe make that pass on the last lap so Gaddis doesn't get a chance to get back by him.
Yeah, but as we always say, it's one thing to make a plan, it's another one to follow. But as of now, I think O'Gara's doing exactly what you said. Just sit and wait. And honestly, there's really no need to lead. If you have no competition from behind, you can kind of just sit, learn what your competitor's going to do, and at that point, you just mentally take notes. Where are they faster? Where are they most likely to make a mistake? Where can I close up the gap? And from that, you can then make up a formula, test your hypothesis, and see if it works. And 9 times out of 10, it does.
He's going to have to get him probably around turn 7 or 8. As they really get tightened up inside the circuit because Gaddis is able to gap him pretty well down the front stretch. So he's not going to make the move there, but as you can see, when they get to turn 4 and make that sharp 180, Danny is right there. And this is where he's got to calculate that move as we get to the later stages of this race. If he can slide in under braking on one of these corners that he's at right now on the last lap, then he's got a shot at it. Otherwise, he's going to have trouble because you'll see right now, Gaddis is going to gap him a little bit down the front stretch, and it takes him a while to reel him back in.
And as you're talking about turn 7, all classes, that seems to be everyone's favorite passing point. I thought it'd be turn 1, looking at the track and sitting up here before practice even started. But turn 7, that late break dive bomb seems to be everyone's best friend, and it makes sense because that chicane short shoot is not a whole lot. So if you both bog down your momentum, they can't really pass them because all you have to do is get to the inside, bog down that corner, and you're both picking your momentum back up. So kind of an ideal situation.
Well, exactly. You cannot protect the entire inner part of this course. Now, what Danny needs to do, and he's doing a little bit right now, is he's got to get a good run off of Speedrome turn 4, and he did. This is the closest he's been. Don't be surprised if he tries to make a move on this lap.
And we know he's not afraid to roll that outside line like we saw just right there. He kind of tests the water where he gets on the brake, lets the kart float up the track, and then turns in late. Now you give up a little bit in that corner. There's no one behind him to press him for competition, but you get such a good run out of turn 2 through turns 3, and that carries all the way down to turn 4. And I think the famous saying goes, give a little bit in the front, take a lot of it at the end.
You know, you talked about taking mental notes. I think what he's done is he's figured how to roll off of Speedrome 3 and 4. Now he knows what he needs to do to stay close. Got a little bit of a gap here, so he's got to figure that out. It's 2 to go. And right now, Gaddis has a nice little gap going into the inner part of the course here, turn 3 and now turn 4. Danny's got to reel him back in. He can't have this gap when they get back to the white flag, or he has no chance.
He's going to have to definitely pick it up right here, and I think he might do that. Turn 7 seems to be his best friend actually there, and turn 5 as well. So turn 7 coming up, followed by that turn 8 complex, gets right to that back bumper. There's the accordion effect, and he's going to stay glued to that back bumper, and he's got it here. Let's see if he tries it into turn 1. The white flag is out. Does he send it up the inside, or is he going to wait a little bit longer? He's got the run now into turn number 1.
I don't think he can send it right now, but he's real close enough. I think he can make a move, and we'll follow him as he gets through now turn 4 and down that short straight into that tight 180. Not going to do it there, but Caleb, he is in a spot where I think he can make a move.
I'm not sure. He kind of fell off a little bit there out of turn 4. He's going to have to pick up here in 5. He can't get it done in 7. He's going to have to hope to get a better run out of 8, and it might be a photo finish. Through 8, Gaddis gets a good run. So does O'Gara, and I don't think it's going to be enough, and I think Danny knows he kind of bobbed his head a little bit. So how about that? Dominic Gaddis going to hold on to it, and he's going to do a sweep of the weekend. Dominic Gaddis picks up heat race number 2 win.
That is the best lap Dominic Gaddis ran the entire race. When the chips were down, he poured it on, ran a flawless lap. Danny gave it everything. He was up on the wheel, couldn't quite do it. But I want to tell you something. These two kids, that's as good of a race as we've seen today. Might only have been 2 karts, but they put on a heck of a show.
And how about that? When they were coming down that back straight, they gave each other a fist bump and recognized that it was a good run between both of them. Though Danny's been checking his engine quite a few the past couple laps, so I'll be surprised if they go back to the trailer and figure something out here for tomorrow. So that's going to do it for our 206 Sportsman. Up next, it is one of the bigger classes, 206 Junior, set to take the green here this afternoon, which also indicates that we are just now over halfway in the second rotation. We got 206B, Micro Mini, and Pro and Sportsman Shifter coming to you all live here on Kart Chaser. So stay tuned after this commercial break. More racing coming your way.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200,
Green flag is out for your 206 Junior. Leighton Mole is going to hold the inside line. Laser going to be on the outside. He's going to give up 1, almost 2 positions. Yes. So now count Laser back 2 spots and give a little bit of a push there to his teammate of Maddox Hooper, who is now up into P3. And I believe that is now Leighton Mole out in front. If we recall back, Leighton Mole went on a tear out in front with Lush and Laser in that second position. They kind of ran away from the field. So as of now, it looks like Leighton Mole might be able to set sail. However, Vinco in that second position was kind of starting to bring it up there towards the end of the second heat race. So maybe have figured out something on that setup that's allowed him to close up just a little bit more.
Yeah, nice start out there for Leighton Mole. A little bit of breathing room, and we'll see if they can close back in. Vinco Jeličić has moved up to second. That inside line on the start really moved well, and Laser got hung out to dry a little bit. So we'll see if he can move back in a little bit. And see, Gabriel Payne is now, he gridded 10th. He's now running 7th. He's moved up 3 spots. But it was a tough, let's see, Lucian Laser was the one started second, but he got caught up on the high side, lost about 3 spots in the start. He's trying to gain that ground back up. But right now, running some perfect laps is Leighton Mole at 36.209. But Lucian Laser, who started in second, did just turn a purple lap of 36.016. That's quick so far. Lucian Laser back in 5th, trying to work his way up to 3rd, and he does. Laser up to 3rd now around Maddox Hooper.
Yeah, and Maddox Hooper got on the back bumper there of Yellowcheck going into that turn 4 hairpin. They kind of bobbled the momentum, allowed Laser to make up one position. He's now trying to go for 2 as he is now closed up to the back bumper of Yellowcheck coming over into that turn 2-3 complex as he make the way through that long turn 3 sweeper. And is Laser going to try it up the inside? He thought about it for a moment. He's got his teammate giving him a push, and they all bottle up. Oh, how about that? Maddox Hooper trying to get aggressive there on the exit of turn 4 and get a little impatient. He knows Leighton Mole can run away from the field, and I think he's just trying to prevent that from happening. Unfortunate for him, that pack just keeps growing and growing there in that second group.
Yeah, I think they're a little antsy. They want to get around him and try to close in on Leighton Mall. And right now, Yellowcheck wants to just hang on and try to close that gap, but he right now is fighting off. Boy, it's a battle. He's trying to fight off Lucian Lazier, and Lazier needs to get around him if he wants to reel in Leighton Mall for that lead spot.
Yeah, and I think Yellowcheck here is going to have a little bit of a schooling of what happens in 206 racing, especially here on the grassroots level, as they're getting a little antsy behind him. And just behind Maddox Hooper, Cooper Mole, Leighton Mole's brother, he sees an opportunity to maybe be up on podium with them because this top 4 staying pretty close now as we're coming up about just under 2 minutes to go. So we're over halfway plus 2 laps as Yellowcheck now still got an entire mirror full of karts as Laser was going on a good tear, made up some more positions, but now seemed to plateau just a little bit as he is still behind Yellowcheck and P number 2. Maddox Hooper still all over the back bumper of his teammate. Maybe it's trying to get more momentum to his teammate, or maybe he's just trying to force a mistake on a Laser.
And through it all, Leighton Mall just keeps cranking out the laps. A 35.903 on lap 4, the quickest of the race. He's now a second and a half ahead of the rest of the field. Slowly but surely, time is running out on that second group to close in on Leighton Mall. And right now, Yellowcheck has probably the most comfortable gap he's had yet, about 2 kart lengths over Lucian Laser.
So as they make their way into turn 4, it is still going to be Laser right behind Yellowcheck and behind Laser, his teammate of Maddox Hooper. He wasn't as aggressive on the exit of turn 4 on the back bumper of Laser, but you can tell he's getting a little impatient. He knows time is starting to tick away as we are roughly 45 seconds when they make their way across the stripe here, plus 2 laps to go. And then that second group of Yellowcheck and Laser, Hooper, and Mole are also nose to tail. Here comes Laser on the inside. Oh, gets a little bit of contact, gets a little loose, and they're all going to bunch up again. Maddox Hooper sees an opportunity, and I think he's about to have the point of, all right, guys, this is all fun and all, but we need to figure something out here.
You know, Laser didn't really want to do that. He put it in, realized it was too deep, tried to get out of there, and now he makes the move, and Laser inside makes the pass on Yellowcheck and takes over that second spot. Does it clean, never touched him. Good move by Lucas Lazier.
Yeah, and Maddox Hooper thought about trying to follow him through. He's going to have a peek now as they go, a little bit low, almost gets into the cone, and I'm going to keep an eye on that right there because I think Yellowcheck and Hooper might not be done with each other just yet. Hooper goes the outside. Yellowcheck gets his nose into the back bumper of Laser as they make their way through. Here comes Hooper on the inside of Yellowcheck. He's going to brake late, and he's going to get straight to the back bumper. Laser on point. But I tell you what, I don't know if you want to be late in this group right now because it seems to be taking a beating between everyone behind you as they bunch back up in the tighter hairpins.
A little bumping and grinding. It's definitely tight with those 5 positions for 2nd through 6th. And you could throw a blanket over all 5 of them now as a Laser protects low down the front stretch, gets a nice little gap. 2 laps to go, and Leighton Mall at 35.857 continues to gap the field. 2.7 second separation from 1st to 2nd.
And now Yellowcheck still got his hands full from from Maddox Hooper in that second position. He tries it, sends up on the inside. Can he roll the outside? He might be able to cross over. Gets a little bogged down. Is going to get to the inside here in turn 7. Oh, he gets into the side of him, and that is going to actually bobble both the momentum. And the one who makes out on top of that is going to be Cooper Mole, is going to hold off Gabriel Payne from that. So they stay true, but they're still going back and forth as a white flag waves for your leader, Leighton Mole.
A little bit of, let's say they ran out of patience maybe.
I think that's a good term for it.
Yeah, let's just kind of describe it that way. A little shortness of patience, and the move probably wasn't there. Got in a little too deep. There was contact, and the rest is history. But back to the front, Leighton Mall now with a 2.2 advantage with a checkered about to come out. Class of the field in heat number 2. Leighton Mall is going to take the win.
Yes, who's going to make his way through, and how about that? 2+ second advantage to Leighton Mull, taking the win here. Lucian Laser able to climb his way back up the field, comes up net neutral, but he was able to claw all the way back up the field. Maddox Super finishing in P3, Vinko Jelicek in P4. They might have some choice words for each other after the race here, and then Gabriel Payne rounding out your top 5. So that's going to do it for your 206 Junior. Up next, 206B set to take their second heat race of the afternoon, followed by Micro Mini, and then we get into Pro and Sportsman Shifter.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
206B set to go, and the green flag is out as the 5 drivers making the way into turn number 1. Carson Sauter going to hold the inside line as Seth McCone actually tried to go topside Tommy for a second, but that's now going to allow Levi Wilbur to sneak up into the second position. So Carson Sauter out in front, Levi Wilbur P2, and then Seth McCone P3. Palmer Eichert Jr. actually fell back into the 5th position. Now Brendan McIntosh moves his way up into P number 4. Out of the bus stop chicane they go, and there goes Palmer Eichert Jr. He's going to get around Brendan McIntosh and go straight to the back bumper now of Seth McCone and see if he can't go to work on making up podium position here to get on the 3rd step. Lap number 1 in the books. Carson Sauter in the Factor Fury GP Kart USA making his way into turn number 1. Levi Wilbur following there in the 2nd spot.
Levi Wilbur sends it into turn 2 and closes the gap a little bit on Carson Sauter, but last lap of 37.612 for Carson Sauter, leading Levi Wilbur by about 4 kart lengths. But Wilbur, I have something for him. Last lap for Wilbur was a 37.928, but I think he's a little quicker than that. And not too far back, Seth McCone trying to stay in that lead draft, but launching off at Speedrome 3 and 4 and down the front stretch. Carson Sauter finds some speed, and that gap goes from .458 to 1.212. So much for the chase by Levi Wilbur as Sauter stretches the gap out a half a second on that last lap.
And it looks like as well issues for the 7 of Palmer Eichert Jr. Hand in the air. I think he may have thrown a chain as he's going to coast it back to the pits. As it happened, almost perfect. I mean, it's not a good situation, but it was a perfect place for it to happen on the exit of the final corner, able to coast all the way down to the pit out and able to keep it green all the way through. And as you said, Carson Sauter in that GP chassis able to launch his way around the rest of the field. Levi Wilbur coming off of a busy weekend. He was running out at CK&A Grands, running in the 206 medium class, and I think he actually pulled double duty. He's had a long season so far, doing double headers here at Whiteland Raceway Park and at Newcastle Motorsports Park, running regional, national, all the CK&A races under the CW Chris Worthington Burrell Art chassis there on the Burrell Art that he's on right now. And I believe this might be his second to final race of the 2024 season, wrapping it up at the final race at Whiteland Raceway Park coming here in about 2 weeks. And so now he's trying to see if he can't just keep that second position. Meanwhile, Seth McCone, who actually cut his teeth at Whiteland Raceway Park and SIRA Karting Series. Both his dad and his grandpa have been involved in SIRA going back, I think, maybe 15-plus years. I know both of them used to dominate the Yamaha class back when they would have record classes for the KT100 engine program that used to be the beating heart of all motorsports, both national and regional. Now he's trying to see if he can't follow in his grandpa and his father's legacy now, as he's trying to hold on to that 3rd position right now behind Levi Wilbur.
That is the battle on the racetrack right now. 2nd and 3rd, Levi Wilbur and Seth McCone. The gap from 1st to 2nd, 2.2 seconds, but a mere half a second between 2nd and 3rd. So that's the race on the track. Back and forth, Brendan McIntosh, Palmer Eichert out of the race.
So now it's from 5 karts down to 4, being led by Carson Sauter and caboosed by Brendan McIntosh, who just now makes his way across the stripe. Carson Sauter, personal best is a 35.787. Out in P1. Levi Wilbur's best time was a 36.292. Last time by. Carson Sauter's last lap was a 35.854, so consistently running about 0.2 of a second faster than Levi Wilbur in that 2nd spot. Now up to 2.6 seconds, as we're looking at about 1 minute and 20 seconds plus 2 laps to go here. And Carson Sauter, man, he's running so consistent, about 1/10 off of his best time with a 35.831 for his last lap. Levi Wilbur's getting back down in times. It looks like I think he may have missed on tire pressure because his kart's just now starting to come in. He went a personal best the last 2 laps. Last time by was a 36.171, and he's slowly starting to pull away there from Seth McCone in that 3rd spot. So may have missed on tire pressure. The sun's starting to set and it's starting to cool off. So I wonder if these shifter guys are taking a peek out and noticing all that's happening. The meatball flag's out for Carson Sauter. His bumper has come off. So your race leader now is going to have to either pull off or be disqualified. And so what was a 4-kart battle is now down to, I think, 2. I can't see where Brendan McIntosh is. I think he also may have pulled off. So, Randy, this may be the race that no one wants to win as they're dropping left and right, and they're now going to make their way off the track. So now Carson Sauter is showing the meatball flag, and he's going to have to pull in. There's the hand up, and he is off the track. So just like that, Levi Wilbur now on point, and I believe there are only 2 karts left on track with about 2 laps to go this time by. So we started with 5. We're now down to 2. And how about that? Carson Sodders had a 3+ second advantage. Bumper came off the back, and now he is off the track. So now Levi Wilbur is your race leader.
Levi Wilbur in the driver's seat. It'll be 2 to go next time by. Only competition left on track, Seth McCone about a second behind him. And right now doesn't appear to be much of a threat, but McCone's going to roll in for a second. So to give him a good starting spot tomorrow. But 2 to go for Levi Wilbur. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, Wilbur should be able to bring this one home.
So you guys got to make 2 more rotations here around the Speedrome showdown that we've had, as this has been a very, I want to say this is probably one of the better circuits you could probably develop here with all the facilities that they are given as far as the flow of it. Passing opportunities, I know some people online were worried if passing was going to be even optional, let alone possible. And here we've seen that it's more than possible, as we are now looking 1 more lap to go with Levi Wilbur. But Randy, all races, I think there have been 0 questions of whether or not you've been able to pass here, as they have all put on good shows.
No, anybody that doubted this circuit and the way it was laid out for passing opportunities, I can tell you firsthand, there's plenty of passing opportunities. It's not necessarily the obvious. If you protect low, you're pretty safe going down the front stretch into Speedrome 1 and 2, but after that, forget it. You can't protect anything. If somebody wants to go in under braking and make the pass and send it, they're going to do it if they're close enough. You can't stop that, and that's exactly what's happened today. We've seen some great racing, seen some contact. That's part of racing, but checkered flag comes out. Another one in the books with 2 more to go. Levi Wilbur, your winner. Seth McCone finishing in second. Mini Micro coming up next, and then we'll have the shifters to finish out the day.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And green flag is out for your micros and your minis. Patrick McNeely takes the green flag as we are going to crank it up yet again as we sit back and watch Patrick McNeely improve his resume here as a driver for the next 5 minutes plus 2 laps. P4. Dan McMahon, Nathan Williams, all set. Flags up. Here it goes. That is green. Flag is out. And how about that for a whole shot? Eli Fox down into turn number 1. Evan Batt going to slot into P2. Corey Osmond P3. And they're going to bunch it up there in the first corner. And they're going to continue on. Fox now back into P2. That happened off my view. Holy crap. As now it is going to be Evan Batt out in front.
Evan Batt did the crossover coming off of a Speedrome turn 2. Came to the outside and passed Eli Fox on the outside going through that right-hander turn 3. So Evan Batt with a really smooth move takes over that top spot. Lap 1 in the books for our shifters. And Evan Batt, your leader, Eli Fox running in second.
And I'll tell you what, Randy, that was off my radar with that whole shot that Eli Fox had. So good move there for Evan Batt in the cart number 1 to go up to the front. Eli Fox now, he had a clean sweep of that first heat. Got a work cut out for him now as Evan Batt slowly starting to open up a gap here now as they make their way into the final couple of corners before they go into the main straightaway. As now they go into the last corner to complete one more lap. Resetting my timer now as we're still 3 minutes and 50 seconds yet to go, plus 2 laps. So we're going to watch these two go back and forth, and I think we might have a race in our hands here, Randy.
Well, I do too. I think it's a 2-kart race, but I believe that Eli Fox will at least make Evan Batt earn it. Evan, beautiful move, although he didn't get the whole shot that Eli did. He stayed with it, and when Eli got a little bit wide going through Speedrome 2, he did the crossover, set him up really well. They were side by side, and he ran the outside, kept his momentum. Eli gave him racing room, and he took the lead. But he's not losing Evan Batt in his sights, that's for sure. They're right together, and if he can get close enough, as we talked earlier today, this track for shifters is a great place to pass under braking if you're close enough to make the move.
Absolutely. He's now trailing by about 3 or 4 car lengths. And like I was talking about earlier, shifter car racing is a lot like Formula One. If you're back by 2/10, you're basically on his back bumper as they make their way out of that final corner. Last time by, Eli Fox 3/10 down over into turn 1. And it looks like Evan Batt trying to hold that inside line through turns 2. Making their way now out of turn 3. Eli Fox still right there breathing down his neck heading into turn number 4.
What a battle out there for first and second, and not too shabby of a battle for third and fourth between Corey Osborne and Dane McMahon. But the last lap of 30.075, we have seen these drivers get into the 29s. But, Caleb, if I had to guess, I would say the track could be getting a little bit slower now in the heat of the day.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely starting to cool off here. The track has been worked in. There's rubber laid down, but as the rubber goes down, it gets cold. It also kind of starts to slicken up just a little bit. As we saw there, Evan Batt got a wheel up on the curb. And as you were talking about, you got to know how to use the curb. Obviously, Evan Batt knows how to do it. He got just a little too low, back in, kicked out, and now Eli Fox all over that back bumper. And man, I'll tell you what, Eli Fox is just freshly 21 years old. Evan Batt runs Masters, and Eli Fox might have just a little bit more energy than Evan Batt does.
Eli Fox is close enough to pounce, and we may see it here on this lap as they round turn 3 down that short chute into that tight right-hander. Eli Fox is right there.
Yeah, and we were talking about earlier driver stamina. They've been going. Granted, it hasn't been long sessions all the way through, but there have been quite a few. 5-minute practice, 5-minute qualifying, 5-minute plus 2-lap heat race, and then again, this is a final heat race. It's a long day for these drivers. The forearms are probably burning. I know both these drivers are athletic. Evan Batt, I believe, is into long-distance running, participating in some mini marathons and marathons as well, and you kind of have to be at the top of your physical shape if you want to stay competitive here in a 125.
Eli Fox really going deep in the corners, trying to close in on Evan Batt, but Batt gets a good launch off of those corners, and it takes the whole short straight for Evan Batt to catch back up with him off of Speedrome 3 and 4 and down the front stretch. A good leap off the corner for Evan Batt.
Yeah, so Evan Batt out in front. How about that? Eli Fox, fastest lap time, 29.9 as he pats up on the inside. Evan Batt, I think he may have overstepped the braking point, maybe have missed a shift. And now Eli Fox out in front. Let's see if Evan Batt can take it back to him. As a little bit of a fall off there from Evan Batt onto Eli Fox, about 3 kart lengths down now.
Did not see that one coming, but they will have lap traffic up ahead, and that could be a factor before this one's over, although the lap cart is going to stand wide, so kudos to Tim Sawyers as he stays out of the way and lets the top leaders run their own race. But to Eli Fox right now with a pretty good gap on Evan Batt.
So now they're going to work their way through turns 4 hairpin, heading over now into that quick left-hander turn 5 before we enter the dog leg. And Eli Fox now starting to open up the lead like we saw earlier in heat race number 1. He had half a second last time by. Wouldn't be surprised if this time we're looking at about 8 or 9 tenths of a second. Across the stripe now, I believe, and we're already at 2 laps to go. How about that? 5 minutes flies by when you're having fun as the time continues to open up now, and it's about 1.1 seconds for Eli Fox over Evan Batt.
Well, I think 5 minutes go by. These karts are so fast that 5 minutes is a lot quicker than in a slower kart, don't you think?
Well, I think it's the flux capacitor that they have behind the seat. Just makes time go a little bit quicker.
I knew it was something like that.
So as we're watching on now, 2 laps to go here, about a lap and a half for Eli Fox and Evan Batt. Batt down by about 1.3 seconds now. So I think if Eli Fox can just keep it clean the rest of the way in this final lap, he's going to bring home double heat wins here this afternoon.
Eli Fox, who got out to a good start, got to turn 2, got a little wide, and lost that spot. Kept his momentum, kept his focus, gathers the spot back up, and then stretches the lead out. And as he winds down this final lap of the final race on Saturday, our heat races about to go complete, and it's going to be Eli Fox who brings home the win in heat number 2 for shifters, with Evan Batt finishing in second.
So checkered flag is out for the 125cc shifters. Fox and Batt 1-2. Corey Osborne brings it home P number 3. McMahon brings it home in P4. Tommy Palacto comes home in P5. Terrence Swanson across the line for 6th. And then Tyler Sawyers, P7. Nathan Williams just come across the line in P8. And there goes Terrence Swanson. Tim Sawyers is going to round out the field in 9th. So that will do it for all of the heat racing here this afternoon on Saturday. We still got more to come tomorrow as we get things kicked off at 9 a.m. for warm-up. If you're going to watch live here on Kart Chaser, tune in at 10:30 for the pre-final. 10 minutes plus 2 laps before we get going with our features at 1:30. 15 minutes plus 2. Again, that is going to be coming to you live here on Kart Chaser. If you got a premium membership, which you all are if you're watching live here now, we look forward to seeing you guys there. But it's going to be a long night for some of these teams to try to make up for what they have to pick back, as this is the inaugural Speedrome Showdown here, brought to you by SIRA Karting. I want to thank everyone for tuning in here today, and we look forward to seeing you guys here this afternoon. So we're going to go ahead and sign off on the stream. For myself, Caleb Smock, and Randy Kugler, who is back in the booth, as we have one quick announcement.
Yes, I just talked to one of the sweet young ladies down at the concession stand. They are closing the concession stand at 6 o'clock. If you go there now, they will give you a price you can't refuse. Once again, concession stand is closing at 6 o'clock, but if you go down there now, you'll get a price that you can't refuse. They've really sweetened it up. So get down there. The food's great. The price is right. Check out the concession stand before they close.
The birth of something that'll be a long-time running event. So for all of us up here in the booth, for all of our camera crew, we want to thank everyone who came out and attended here today and for watching and tuning in. We got one more day to go. For myself, Caleb Smock, and Randy Kugler, thank you and good night. And we'll see you here early tomorrow morning.